Want to test this out, make sure my voice commands work. So we're gonna try this out one time. If it doesn't work, we'll just play. I'll just do one of the auto files. Let's go. So, magic time works. Let's go.
The system, break the code. Flash like a blade cut through the dark. Every spark I throw leaves a lasting mark. Ground shakes skies, split with light. You can't outrun what moves at the speed of might. Hear the thunder roll, feel the ground quake. No safe zones, no escapes to make. Voltage climbs, storm winds wail. I'm the lightning king and I never fail. Lightning strikes with a crack so loud. Split the sky, tear the clouds. Power surging, can't contain. Electric wrath running through my veins. Zap, zap, gone, your power's through. Lightning burns bright and it burns for you. Silent sky, that's the calm you'll see before the next storm coming from me. I strike sharp and don't play fair. Sub-zero wrath is in the air. Winter's rage in his mind to command. Frozen world crumbles in my hand. The frost is spoken, the fire's gone. Ice rules eternal, the battle's won. The frost is spoken, the fire's gone. Ice rules eternal, the battle's won.
All right, let's go ahead and oh, Shalon. Let's go ahead. Just want to make sure my audio is doing all right. Okay, and I think we are good to go. By the way, if anyone wants to like play music in chat or play music in chat, play music, all you have to do is go down to the point reward system and or power up and rewards and just play a random song, but go into the jukebox.
My yard. All of you.
Oh, let me
Daddy,
do this
chill.
first.
What the hell is even that?
Blue. Let's see here. Edits. Probably should have like modified this for modified it for the lighting. Let me see here. Good God. Do I wanna like wanna do it like this? It actually looks kinda sick actually. You know what? We ball. Let's see here. I like it actually. It's interesting. It's cool. Let's turn up saturation. Twilight Zone. Alright, let's go. Alright. We look dead in this one though. Let's see here. I don't have too much fun with this. Alright, let's just start. Let's just start this bullshit. Alright, so today we are working on a bunch of stuff. Basically what I have to do today is we have to basically work on several plant-like things and whatnot. And that is what we're doing today. Let's go ahead and just start. So let's go ahead and start with this first thing here. We're calling this thing the. Oh, let me actually move the display to the side. All right. All right. So basically, what we're doing is we need to work on all of this. Basically, what I have to do is I have to make a plant, mushroom, or herb for all of these substances here. You know, every jar. These here are going to be hanging plants, hanging herbs, and yeah, that is what we're going to be deciding today. The idea is that y'all will be able to decide what exactly these plants are and what they do. So let's go. Let's do it. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's start with the Vanessa Herald flowers. What was our concept for that? That was going to be a purple-esque thing. Okay, cool. Yeah, the beauty of this is I don't have to like worry about like the undertone of it. All I have to do is worry about the top of this. So that's pretty good. So let's go ahead and go into let's go to ZBrush and make this up. All right. Let's go ahead and go into ZBrush and pull that in. Actually, I want to put this in as a simple dot. Drag dot. All right. That way it's of size as it normally would be. All right. Let's see here. So this is what we're trying to create with this. I want to go ahead and turn this into a double-sided shape so that we can actually see on the other side. But yeah. Let's see here. I would like to utilize this fucking I would love to use this here, this plant right here, the purple stuff, but I want to be able to bake it onto the model itself, you know? I want to be able to get the AO, the curvature, the normal maps right. I want to get all that on here through baking. And if we can, which will be pretty damn unique, and if It'll definitely work out in our favor. If we have a high poly version of this plant, that means we could easily just have that, or make another image plane of that plant, right, and use it in the actual environment. That's the thing. Every mushroom, every herb, every plant we make for this herbalist shelf is something that is a resource that'll be apparent in the actual world itself. That's kind of the multi-purpose of this, basically, you know? Multi-purpose, and yeah. So let's go ahead. I want to try and get these hanging plants done today. At least get their high poly done. The bake is going to be actually pretty easy, in my opinion. The bake will. So I think I might be able to get that done as well today, if it doesn't take like 5 years to bake. But yeah. Let's go ahead and just start going, alright? I'm going to go ahead and play some songs, alright? Because I want to. Alright. Go to our... Where the hell is it? We have a lot of stuff for this fucking game. Let's see here. See here. Music. Top 30. Top 30 hits that I... This is my top 30 hits, alright? That I, written up, basically. I want to preface this too, okay? Because I feel like people ask me off stream, like, what exactly, like, where the hell do you get your fucking music, you know? Whether it's good music or bad music. Where I, got all of this is from, well, basically, technically I got it from nowhere, and I got it from somewhere at the same time, in a way. Basically, these are all AI-generated tracks, basically, and I had to write up the lyrics for all of them. Basically, I didn't make the music. I don't claim the music. But, you know, for all of them, I had to write up lyrics, because I want the lyrics to actually kind of pertain to what we're doing here. So every lyric, or the songs, they actually pertain to what we're doing here, basically. The world of the environment that we're making, basically. You know? But yeah, that is what we're doing. Anyway, let's go. Let's go. Inserts. Cube, let's go. Let's go ahead and turn this down to a grid. Pull this up. I'm gonna make one leaf, and then I'm gonna copy it to the rest of the world. This is what I'm gonna do, okay? I want to... Everything is gonna be kind of like copy-pasted, but in a weird way. In a very weird way, alright? So I want to make... what should call it, I want to make the supposed leaves, or not, you know, the purple leaves. So, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna, like, blatantly copy. I'm not gonna, like, just, you know, trace the fucking leaves. Because that's a lot of work. And it's a lot simpler just to, like, you know, just do this, basically. Let's see. There's my move tool. Go like so, go like so, go like so. Move this up a little bit along with the sides. Alright. Alright. Now let's go ahead and... I want to go ahead and do this. Whoops. Island. Pull that up. Alright. Alright. Go up here. Geometry. That could work, but I want to try something out. Because... why not? Collapse. 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 I like testing things out in modeling, you know? See if it works. See if it can work, you know? Let's see here. Collapse. Collapse. And collapse. Then I'm going to go ahead and put on a crease. Or this entire thing. Alright. That creates that, which is pretty cool in my opinion, but I want to try out a creased bevel. Actually, no, that looks terrible. Whatever. We'll go ahead and add this then. Alright. I would love to have this bottom portion here move up like so, this goes up like that, and symmetry, put in like that. Let's go ahead and take this over here, push it in a little bit. That's a pretty good leaf. Alright. Pull this up, pull this thing down a little bit, and there we go. Kadabra. So now, I'm gonna go ahead and orient the, I'll go ahead and orient this down here. Alright. And what I'm gonna do now is, let's see here. Can I do this on a 1-step divide? Nah, this looks great. Alright, that's what I'll do. I'm gonna go ahead and copy this leaf here on all the leaves on the... They just set the leaves up basically now. And then we will do the dynamic divide. Let me do this first. What I'm gonna do is the reason why I'm not going to be doing the subdivide now is because of the sore fact that, like, it just doesn't... It's not exactly needed right now, basically. And doing it also means that I would have to pull some shit, basically. Anyway, so... Go ahead and do this real quickly. But I want to do a, can I just do like a flat color? No shadow, hell yeah, let's go. Alright, so, I'm just gonna go ahead and place this on the top of it, top of the leaf, and let's keep going, alright? In fact, let me do one thing first, because I feel like it'd be beneficial to us. One thing that I like doing with my high polys is I like to make a color for them, basically. What that means is, if I add a color to them, I can actually make it so that I can select those colors individually in Painter. Like right here. In ZBrush, I made sure to make some spots, and I made sure to make the frost individual colors. That way I can select those directly and have those be affected specifically to my details that I want, basically, you know? That's why the frost is there. But yeah, anyway, let's see here. Let me just go ahead and get carried away here. Let's see here. I want that one, I want that one, and I want that one as well. Alright, so... Right. We're gonna call these here... Whoops! Spots. Right. Color select. Let's go. I might show a picture of this actually. Tolerance. I want this thing to be a little bit easy. Then I'll apply a blur. Tiny blur, not a big blur. Just enough to make it seem like it's a dot that's like forming, you know? Look over here. Let's see. Okay, so we'll color this thing. We'll do the bright green that bright green that we're always seeing. In fact, I kind of want to do something else too. Where was my shader? Let's see here. Not that. We had a cell shading. That's what we had. There we go, cell shader. Alright, let's go. Alright, let's go. Alright. Alright. Nice. Alright, let's go. Add some cell shading. Position. I'll just get rid of that one actually. Undercolor. Put everything in here. This. There. I'm going to add a emissive map. Hold on. I want to put this thing to a sort of like an amber color, you know? This looks like if I ate this, I would be feeling some weird stuff going on, you know? So this is, okay, so this is what I want to, let me explain the different mushrooms real quickly, okay? So like, for the game's sake, right? Because each one of these plants, right? There's going to be 3 variants of those plants, alright? Now, I'm pretty sure by the look of this, you can probably tell what the hell it means, alright? But basically, there is going to be a healthy version of the plant, a semi-healthy version, and then there's going to be a completely rotten version of that plant as well. So what it does is, let's say this mushroom, when you eat it, it gives you plus, let's say it gives you plus 3 ice damage. Let's just say, you know? Not that it will, but this is just an example. So let's say that, right, this mushroom here, it gives you plus 3 ice damage. And that's all good, right? Fucking, that is like the mushroom that, you know, that you want to have. It's expensive, but it's the mushroom you want to have. You know, if you find it, it's very good. It's very rare. But, you know, if you have to settle for the slightly, not slight, it doesn't look slightly, you know, but like the second worn version of the mushroom, right? This will give you 2 ice damage. Well, allow you to deal 2 ice damage, you know, or plus 2, I mean. But there will be 1 point of negative effect. 1 point, as in you might lose like 1 HP or some shit from eating this. This over here, you still get the 1 or plus 1 ice damage, but you might lose 2 HP instead. That's basically how it works, basically. Like, it is literally as simple as it possibly needs to be, you know? 1 mushroom gives you plus 3, 1 gives you plus 2, but minus 1 health, 1 gives you 1 ice and minus 2 health. Now, one might think, why would I take this when this one exists over here? The reason being is because, and I'm pretty sure no one's gonna take the mushroom, but like, you know, it's just there for players to have at their convenience, basically. Basically, you might only be limited to like certain mushrooms or certain plants, right? Like, let's say you want to poison an NPC, right? You can choose to give them the pristine mushroom, or you can give them the terrible mushroom. Let's say you think an NPC is going to turn on you. They're going to turn on you, they're going to try and backstab you, you know, but they need some sort of, they're requesting some sort of mushroom post concoction, right? You could try and trust them and give them the whole mushroom, or set yourself up for, you know, prevail. But there is a risk involved. You could try and watch your ass, but they might get that NPC killed. They might get that companion killed, right? But yeah, that's the idea of like 3 different stages of these of each of these plants basically. There's gonna be a pristine, I call it a pristine, damaged, and ruined basically. But yeah. Look at those mushrooms. We're calling these these mushrooms the apple head mushrooms, by the way. Apple head because they have like the shape of an apple on top, you know? But yeah. Let's go ahead and go back here. They're also going to be red on top as well, so, you know. But yeah, that's the whole idea of that. I'm going to have to change up the Shikota, the frost here. I can easily just like go in and like just like fix it up by drawing on it, but like I kind of want to see if I can fix it like manually, you know? Fix it like through you know, the means of you know, the programs. But yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and go back now. Alright, go back here. Alright. Now, I want to go ahead and just start off with the starting position of all of these. Leaves real quickly. Now, I don't care if the, it's not going to matter. In fact, it probably is a good idea if the planes that I have here, or the, leaves here, they go into the damn, the plane, because, like, it's going to have to be, like, the high poly is going to have to be underneath the plane anyway. In fact, let me do that, actually. Let's make this underneath the plane instead. That actually sounds like a better idea. It's going to have to anyway. You know, that way I don't have to, like, modify it in Maya, you know? That sounds like a good idea. Anyway, let's go. But yeah, we're going to have to make some 4 components for this thing, right? We're going to have to make the flowers, the stems, and I want to make the rope. It's going to be pretty easy because we're not actually going to have to make, like circular rope, you know? It'll literally just be like a, it'll be as simple as a goddamn plane of, like, bumps, you know? But with texturing right, we'll be able to make that look like a pretty nifty thing. But first, I wanna give the leaf a color, okay? That way we can actually select it in Painter, and we can just work with that, basically. Let's go ahead and go for... I want to go down here to... Actually, fuck, let's just do this. Color, object fill, bam. Simple as that. Alright, now it is green. And it can appear green in the final product, but it's just green so it can have some to select in the in Painter, you know? ID maps are so good, okay? Like, if you have the opportunity to use ID maps, use ID maps. God damn it. Alright? Use them. You won't regret it. It's amazing what you can do with ID maps. How much time you can save with ID maps. How much time I wish I would have saved using ID maps. See here. Let's go ahead and do this. Alright, so... you know what? I think I'll... Actually, no. I'll change it afterwards. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and do this, though. Enough stalling. I want to get this thing finished up. Alright. In fact, what I might do, because it just might be easier, I will make pairs of these here leaves. Just have them be copied along the entirety of it. see here. Now I'm not gonna do any variating leaves, you know? I just don't feel like it, honestly. I don't really think it is necessary, honestly. But what we will do instead is we'll be increasing the size of the leaves as we go, increasing and decreasing. Whatever. I'm calling these things leaves and they should be flowers, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's all right. Let's see here. Let's just keep going. But yeah. Oh yeah. So my next cook. All right. So good God, I have been. It's kind of funny in a way. I think it's funny in a way. So basically, what I've been doing is the last year I decided to take up practicing how to cook, you know? Because I thought, you know, be fun, be something different. I always like trying different things, you know? Different things so that, you know, I can keep things interesting in my life, you know? And, oh, fuck. Basically, what I sort of ended up doing is I ended up, like, going on this whole fucking barrage of, like, or a thing of, like, learning how to cook, you know? And, God, now I can't stop cooking, you know? Like, it's fun, it's rewarding, because, you know, the end product. And, yeah. But anyway, the idea with cooking right, at least to me, is actually I'm gonna do this actually. It'll hurt if we don't do this. Ugh. Right there, sir. Right there. Right here. And right here. All right. All right. But yeah, what I am doing right now. So basically, a couple days ago, right, I decided that I'm gonna like go all out and make some. It was literally just like a one night decision, basically, you know. Just one night, I had an idea. I want to make some burgers, right? And I thought about it, right? Like, I don't want to just like make like a normal ass cheeseburger, right? I thought, okay, because I'm not simple, you know, and I don't need like bougie shit basically. But if I'm gonna make something, to me, if I'm gonna make something right, I don't want to go simple, you know. I want to go the extra mile. I want to do what I need to do to make the thing just a little bit better, even if it's not that much of a difference. Just a little bit better, you know. So I'm going to save this just so we have it in stock. So what I did right is I decided to go off and I decided to marinate the what do you call it? Decided to basically make some smash patties, right? And I still have yet to make them, but what I did though, it was kind of funny in a way. So I told the story last year about how the marketplace where I live close to, like, they stopped giving away bags, right? And it's caused a lot of problems because people go to that up to the till, right? And they don't know they have to, like, you know, bring their own bags. They have a whole ass grocery cart, a whole ass shopping cart filled with just, you know, their weekly groceries, right? And they realize that they have to carry it all back to their car. And then once it's in the car, carry it all out into their place, you know? And so it's just a shitty experience just to go to that store, right? Unless you have your own bag, you know, it's relatively okay. So and usually I bring my own bag too, you know, it's whatever. it's fine, you know? They're so close, like, to me, the shop is, like, despite the fact that they have no more bags to give away, paper bags, like, it is still fine, you know? To me, at least. To anyone else, it's a very big inconvenience, you know? But to me, because I literally just walk there, you know, it's fine, you know? And I'm not really going there to, like, buy, like, I don't know, like, $100 worth of stuff, right? But, like, whatchamacallit, when I went off to go get some supplies for the burgers, right, I forgot a bag. I forgot my bag that I always took with me, and so I'm already halfway there, and I'm stubborn. I am very stubborn when it comes to what I do, you know, or when it comes to going out, you know. Like, I won't go back for something. I will just improvise as I go. You know, we're already halfway to the store. I'll just go there and see what I can do about that, you know? And so what I did, right, and I usually did this before, because they stopped, until the story actually. So basically, when this shop opened up, they had the hand carts and they had the shopping carts, right? I prefer the hand cart because I'm not trying to buy, like, food to, you know, last, like, the whole week, you know. Usually if I go to the store, I'm going to the store to, like, you know, like, just to buy supplies to cook, like, a singular meal, or meals for, like, like the week, you know. I'm not there to, like, buy, pineapple, bananas, you know, fucking classic snack stuff, you know. No. To me, I don't snack that much anymore. If I'm gonna eat, I'm gonna cook something, you know. I'm gonna make something, you know. Uh, but anyway, usually I prefer to, you know, go off and get the cart, you know, because I'm not trying to lug around a giant ass you know, cage around the entire store, right? Which is fine. You know, if I have to, I will. But I prefer the hand cart because it's just more convenient for me. And they just don't. They just got rid of the hand carts. You know, I'm thinking maybe some people, like, walked out with them and never brought them back, maybe. But, like, we call it it definitely was a mild inconvenience for me. You know, and so what did I do? I went ahead and I went to the camping section, right, of the store, and I got one of their fucking white, we call it like hamper bags, right? One of those, like, plastic bags you would put, like, your clothes in or some shit, right? And it's not like a big ass fucking basket. It's like, I would say, like, maybe like 3 by 2 feet, you know, handles on the side, right? Very easy to, like, just carry around, right? And the thing, like, extends, it folds, you know, downwards to, you know, get some more room. And they got rid of the hand carts. The hand carts. They didn't want to lug around in a big ass shopping cart, right? So I thought, you know what? I have an idea. You know, I went to their camping section, right? I grabbed one of their big ass fucking, or whatever, white plastic laundry hemp baskets, right? And I put all my shit in there. You know, went to self checkout, paid for my shit, put the fucking basket back where I found it on the shelf, bagged my shit, ready to go. And took they got rid of the fucking self checkout. They got rid of the self checkout. And so now you had to go to the damn till. And I don't want to be that guy to have the clerk or the cashier to constantly have to pull back or push back that basket, right? Because, like, that's just a dick move, you know? Like, there's workers there, they're people, they're just trying to go there, do their shit, do their job, go home, get paid, pay their bills, whatever, you know? It's like, I don't want to make their life, I don't want to put, I don't want to, oh, fuck it. I don't want to put an extra step in their life, you know, in their work life for my convenience, you know? Like, no. So, I started bringing my own bag. It's like, whatever, you know? And this time, or last time, I forgot my bag. So I went over to get the fucking the plastic laundry basket, right? And fucking I'm walking around, right? I'm putting everything in this goddamn plastic bag or plastic basket, right? Everyone's giving me weird looks, you know. It's fine. I get weird looks too whenever I go to the damn store, you know. Whenever I do something like kind of like out of sorts, right? Like utilizing a we call it using something to carry something else, right? Like one time I just went there without a bag because I needed like 2 things, right? But I ended up getting more things, you know. And I got this whatchamacallit, I got this fucking cheesecake baking tray, right? And I was gonna get that tray anyway to make some cheesecake. And so if I just use that to carry all my shit basically. Got weird looks from that because, you know, why not just like go off and grab a basket or a fucking or one of the fucking shopping carts, right? But this time when I was doing the shopping for the burger stuff, right, the burger supplies, people like some guy came up to me and said, "Why don't you just grab a cart?" And I'm like, "Oh, because they don't sell bags in the front of the place anymore." And just like, okay, and just, you know, the weird okay, you know, like walks off, you know, like the type of attitude where it's just like, oh, this guy can't be helped, you know. And I see this guy at the front of the well, behind me at the cashier place, right? And I got my stuff, you know. I paid for the basket. I paid for the laundry basket this time because I figured, hey, if I have the basket, I'll remember to bring it next time, you know. If I bought it, if I buy it, I'll be able to you know, take it with me next time, basically. But yeah. Wait for the ads to actually no. It's whatever. So basically, what happened was this time where the guy was behind me, right? Fucking, I'm just like I'm just like ringing up my shit, right? You know, and paying for my shit, right? I'm putting all my stuff in the bag, you know, or in the bag, in the fucking cart, right? And the guy behind me who like scoffed at me, fucking kind of gave me the fucking the cold fucking the stare, right? He is ringing up all of the shit basically. He has like a whole cart full of shit, you know, nothing out of the ordinary, you know, but because, you know, it's just his probably weekly grocery shop. Who knows? And he asked for a bag, and the lady up front is like, "Sorry, sir, we don't have any bags." And I'm like, I didn't say shit, but like, you know, I just smirked to myself, and I'm like, "Motherfucker, should have brought a bag." No? But yeah. But yeah, basically that was pretty fun. That was some pretty good to me that was fun, you know. Someone got to experience the pain. You know? But yeah. I don't know. Anyway, that was that. But it's so shitty how this store is like doing like that, you know? Like to break it down basically, right? They had this policy. See, am I doing this right? I am doing it right. They had this policy made in we call it they had this policy made on December 4th, right? Prior to that, in November, they had us they just had a warning at the till of the store, basically, not the front of the store, not the front of the store, not on the front door. Nowhere in the store could you see this notice until you got to the front counter of the store, basically. And so you wouldn't know that they don't have any bags until you have all your shit on the fucking till, you know? And so one thing happens when people bring by all their shit and they had no bags and they read that notice right there and then that, hey, guess what? We don't have any more bags here. Like, Christ. I have overheard like so many people like complain to the to the cashiers and whatnot of like, what do you mean you guys don't got no bags? You're a store. You should have bags. And everyone's just like, I'm sorry, sir, as of fucking last year or whatever the fuck, we don't have any more bags for you, sir. You gotta come to the store with your own bags next time. It's like, this is some bullshit. I'm hearing this crap, right? Like, I call it, and to me, it's fucking funny as shit because, like, we call it, not for the store owner, you know. I don't wish any confrontation between customers and employees on anyone, because, you know, the employee definitely has the weaker power in that situation, you know? And it definitely makes them feel... It definitely puts a drain on them, you know? Like as soon as you, like, complain to the customer, to the cashier, you know, they probably get like 100 complaints a day, you know? Or a lot of complaints every day from customers, right? And to which they have no power to change, you know? So it's like, what do you want them to do, you know? Like, just like summon a bag out of thin air, you know? Like, but Christ. I don't know. But there's this one kid, right? Who, who was just standing there as his mother was just like cursing out the the employee, the cashier employee, because they didn't have any bags on hand, basically, you know. And I look at this fucking kid, and I say like with my mouth, you know, sorry, you know, because like, you know, I could imagine it's not the greatest experience to be sitting there as your mother or your father or anyone is just, even friends, are just like standing there, you know, just like cursing someone else, you know, over something that's completely, you know, out of that's completely out of anyone's hands, you know. Like, no one in that situation had a part in that decision, probably, you know, of like choosing to not have bags in the store. Cat Blackheart, what's up, Cat Blackheart? Slurkin. Thank you for that. But yeah, it was, to me, it was funny, but to the kid, I'm pretty sure it wasn't. You know, the dude was like, was on his phone. I could see the 10-mile stare in his fucking eyes. You know, his mother's cursing at the cashier. He's just like, I just want to go home or some shit. You know, I'm like, yeah. Meanwhile, I'm there with my fucking my white laundry basket trying to fill up groceries. You know, it's just like, that's why I'm here. Fucking God. To me, I have no shame, alright? That's the thing about me when I go out, right? I have no shame, you know? I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna do what I have to do, I'm gonna go home, I ain't gonna lose sleep over anything, you know? And, you know, let's see, like one time, right? So before, sometime in January, right? January, or, no, it was January, July, I mean. I found this really tasty, we call it frozen yogurt, basically, you know? This frozen yogurt in one of those pint cups, right? It was so good for like the amount of calories that it had in one pint. Was, to me, it was just unbelievable, you know? It was like 320 calories or 360 calories per pint, like for the whole thing. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is like, I'm not someone who can like who's gonna sit down and like eat like a whole ass pint of Ben and Jerry's, right? I'll eat like maybe like 1/3 of that and just put it away, you know, for a later day, you know. And so I thought, if this whole pint is like, if this whole pint of frozen yogurt tastes like a Wendy's Frosty, and it is only like 300 calories, like, dude, like, this is the snack that I want, you know. And it's frozen yogurt, you know, so it had, you know, it was relatively healthy in a way, you know, not the healthiest thing to consume in mass quantities of, right? But it was relatively healthy in a moderate, for moderation, you know. And so I bring it home, right? I bring a few pints home, have my family try it out, you know, see if they like it. If they do like it, I go back to the store and get some more, right? Or get enough for all of us, That's how it is, I go to the store, find something new, we all try it out. If I like it, I'm gonna get more of it. But if they like it, I'm gonna get more of it, So, everyone likes it. It was great. The yogurt was called the brand was called Mix Me and whatnot. Like Mixi. Well, the fuck was it? It was a weird way to spell it, basically. It was Mixmi or some shit, basically. And it was good enough for me to go back to the store and buy like 4 flavors of each, basically. Because I have 4 people. There's 4 people in this house, so it's like, we might as well have like, buy every flavor, see which one we like, and if we hate it, I don't go back for it, And there was 5 different flavors. Now, granted, this this fucking frozen yogurt was like, it was like $1.50 per pint. So it was like, whatever, Fucking, I'll pay more for like a whole ass tub of ice cream or of like sherbet at like, at like Costco, right? So I thought, whatever, it's fine. Just get 4 of each and we'll just go home, right? And there I was, right in the frozen goods section of the store, right? Laundry basket in hand, just filling it to the brim with just pints of frozen yogurt, right? I have like 25 things of frozen yogurt in this basket, and I'm like, yep, this is enough. Everyone's watching me. I don't give a fuck. I'm just getting snacks for me and my family, Relatively healthy snacks, It's fine. It's whatever. I don't care. And this is a time where like they actually had bags at the store, So it was fine. But imagine everyone's. I mean, I saw people like staring at me, And I remember seeing the day too. Someone was like asking some kid was asking their mother or some shit. Like, can we get some like ice cream or some shit, like some candy or whatever the fuck? And the mother was like, no, It was fine, but it's whatever. And then here I come, like in the same aisle. I'm just loading up on fucking frozen treats. Like, like fuck it, let's go. I'm pretty sure I made that kid hate life that day. Just, that's what happens when you get adult money, You do, it takes a certain amount of constraint to not go absolutely crazy with that. But to me, it's whatever. I'll it's fine. But yeah, I don't know, that was funny to me, at least at the time, because we call it, even though I was like younger, right? Me and my family, we did not care about like what people thought of us at the store, right? Not that it would cause a scene, right? But like doing things out of the ordinary, like going to the store and purchasing like, I don't know, like purchasing like 10 packs of like lighters, or an absurd amount of like something in the store, Like, it was like, whatever. We want it, we'll get it. It's whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I find it funny every single time I go to the damn store because there's always some bullshit happening, Like, but yeah. Let me see here. But yeah, anyway, so I have let's see here. I have some smash patties getting nice and marinated in the fridge. I'm gonna be cooking those up today. And yeah, God, for the longest time too, right? I know it sounded easy. It sounds easy to make smash patties, right? But to me, I feel like there is a hesitation, if you will, which is kind of weird to say about cooking, But there is a hesitation of, like, doing certain things. And for cooking, right, usually that comes with, am I going to make this thing worse? Will it make this thing worse if I add a little bit more salt to it, Will it make it worse if I add a little bit, of something to the mixture, right? And that was me for making burgers, right? Because burger making is a kind of... It's a simple process, right? It's pretty easy, but if you want, like, a good, non-basic, burger, right? It's like, you can do certain things, marinate the meats, cut it in a certain way, prepare in however way you want, And so, until, I had that moment of, like, realizing what I have to do. It was, like, 3 in the morning. Arguably, I'll do anything at any time, right? I don't care what time it is. If I feel doing it, I'll do it, Like, simple as that, If I feel like making burgers at 3 in the morning, I'll make burgers. I'll make them at 3 in the morning, alright? There was one time where I made, like, both orange chicken and Nashville chicken at, like, 6 in the or at, like, 8 p.m., 8 at night. Like, Christ. Nothing stops me from doing what I want. Whether that is a good thing or a bad thing. But yeah. Anyway, so... God. Imagine, like, waking up, right? And there is just some guy in, your brothers in the kitchen just mashing away on some ground beef with a rolling pin, basically, Fucking 3 in the morning. We thought it was hilarious, but, it was interesting, I woke up, hadn't even put any clothes on, I'm just in there in my, just sitting there in my, with my, one of my Hawaiian shirts on, fucking boxers, just rolling out some stuff for, for some, food, some burgers. But yeah, that is, to me, that is the life, Like, screw it. I do what I want, Do what I want. It's relatively safe. It's in good health. And it's fine. But yeah, let's see here. Go ahead and do this. I don't know. To me, that is what life's about, It's about balance. It's about balance, And yeah. Balance and the ability to basically say, screw it, I'm gonna do what I want. But yeah. Let's see here. I'm gonna go ahead and do this for the leaves. I don't care about how many polygons we have for this iPoly. Primarily because of the fact that it's just not gonna matter, honestly. It's just not gonna matter. I'm gonna do this though. Let's see here. I want to go ahead and add this. I want to go ahead and do a electric slide. All right. Move this to the side. All right. All right. What? Move it like that. Now, I want to preference this too, because I did say this in my Discord channel. All right. We have to decide what these plants do in game. All right. Now, this is the beauty of me streaming this entire process on Twitch, because I think it's kind of cool. You all have the ability to pretty much choose what some of this stuff does. Like right now. So, if there is anyone who wants to take a crack at what this plant may do, what it should do, as a suggestion, of course, I will take that into account. And luckily did, because I want this game to be like that, you know? That of being something that we make together, you know? But yeah. Let me see here. I'm gonna go ahead and do slice mesh. No crease. Can I go like right here with it? Or my oh, I have to do it like that. But shit. Oh, whatever. Whatever. It's fine. I'll go ahead and do this. It's fine if this thing is like not the same on both sides, honestly. To me, that is A-okay. That is A-okay. Is this thing the same on it ain't. Oh shit. Oh shit. Let me just actually. So that is a point right there. I don't want that point right there. There's also a point right down there as well. Fuck it, let's do this. We're gonna solve our 3D modeling problems. Let's go ahead. Oh shit. Let's go ahead and do this. Alright. Whoops. Alright. Can I get rid of this? I want to make these. I could, couldn't I? It wouldn't be that hard either. Okay, yeah, I want to get rid of these here things. Right there, right there, right there, and right there. I want to be able to make these things a little bit more flush, if you will. I'm going to go ahead and do this, though. I'm going to go ahead and do a bridge right there, bridge right there. It ain't connected by any means, but that's the point. So, oh shit, I'm also doing that, done that too. Turn off that, please. Go right there, go right. Am I messing this? Am I going ahead and mess this thing up? Nah. Alright. That is the scare. Let me see here. Go ahead and do bridge. Whoops. Go right there. I don't want to mask it. Thankfully, I'm only doing like one singular leaf, alright? Believe me, I'm not doing this twice. Because what the plan is, I'm making one leaf, and then that one leaf will be not leaf, petal, I should say. This is gonna be called a petal, all right, a flower petal, and then what I'll do is I'll make it so that I'll make it so that the sides here, right, are a little bit more narrow down here. I'll move these two up close. I'll divide them now. Divide. Shit on. Yeah. 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 All right. I'll go ahead and divide them from right here. Divorce them. Do it. All right. Those are divorced. Now we can then motion these however we want. All right. All right. Move this up. All right. So now, I love that shape. It's very cool. It's whatever. Now we're gonna go ahead and do this for it. All right. I want to go ahead and make this thing. See here. I want to go ahead and give this thing a Q mesh and have this thing be sort of, what's the term? A little bit more thicker. What that will do is it will allow us to have a little bit more edge flow in Painter, basically. What that means is if we go into Painter, right, with this mushroom, let's just say, right, if we go and make this thing a curvature, give this thing a curvature, I'm gonna go ahead and see here. I'm gonna go ahead and go color. I'll make this thing let's make this thing just blue. It has to be color that we're gonna see. So let's go blue. Let's go ahead and give this thing a mask. And let's go ahead and put this thing on a generator. And we'll go ahead and go down here to curvature. Where you see blue is where the curvature is being detected through the bake map. If we don't have any curvature on the bake, I'm gonna go ahead and do that actually. Then it classifies everything as the curvature. But if we do have curvature, as in the lines that the model bakes on, right? The lines. The portions of the model that has a indent or a groove or some sort of detailing in the high poly, that'll bake a curvature definition onto there. So if we have, let's see here, the curvature of the leaf, or the petal I should say, we will be able to have the curvature wrap around each of these petals, right? Now, that's great because if I go ahead and take this here petal, right, and I start making flowers out of these, right, flowers, just individual like small petals, right, for it, I can then just ever so simply just have this thing be baked in Painter and just use the curvature of the sides here to basically edit the sides of each individual petal. Instead of having to do it all at once, instead of having to do it like one at a time, I can do this method and have them all be edited or modified at the same time. Best part is, because they're all going to be in different areas of the plant, they'll all have different curvature. Therefore, every single petal will be unique, even though I'm modifying every single one at the same time. It's a lot, but trust me, it's going to make sense in the end. All right? Never claim that any of this to be simple, you know? It's just a process. It's my process. It is processed. It's bad for you. No. See here, though. But yeah, let me see here, though. I also have the ability now to, you know, modify and customize this, right? To my heart's content. Let me see here, though. So we go ahead and do this. Alright. What do they do to, like, get it like that? Let me see here. So that's what I did. Okay. Put it on there. Move it up. I like that, actually. Let me go ahead and put on the base color. Ugh, don't do that, please. Nice. I like that, actually. I could very much well see the flower portion here, right? I can very much see this being a whatchamacallit, being very flush, if you will. I don't care if the two sides are the same, you know, because truthfully, it would make more sense if it wasn't the same, based on, like, you know, like life, you know, like no fallen petal, no fallen flower petal is the same, just like how you know, no snowflake is the same, right? Technically, sort of, you know. Y'all ever hear that term that every snowflake that falls is never the same snowflake? but there's also another portion of that story where like no one could see exactly what the hell a snowflake looks like because it doesn't like stay its shape long enough to, you know, examine it fully. That seems like a cop out fucking analogy, in my opinion. You know? Like, what the hell? Like, way to cover up your tracks, god damn it. Like, Christ. Anyway, let's go. Let's keep going. I want to go ahead and look at let me go to my stream on YouTube so I can make sure that I'm actually going and making sure that the Twitch on that side, the chat on that side is actually being heard because there's a funny thing with oh, is that, let me see here. Are ads gonna play? I think ads might play. Let me see here. Not today, it won't. Putting up the snooze for that. Anyway, so basically, it's kind of stupid in a way. So I can't see both YouTube and Twitch's chat on Streamlabs. I can, but if someone does anything with the channel point reward system in Twitch, I can't see that if I'm using both chats. It's kind of weird, you know? Which, by the way, just for y'all, alright? Or is it? Hydrate time, alright? Y'all better get some goddamn water. Get yourself a goddamn drink, alright? No, y'all can't see it on the YouTube side, but, you know, it's on Twitch, which is fine. Alright? See here. We also have a different... oh, wait, hold on. Let me try one thing, actually. I want to try one thing. I poke the genie. Poke me again, see what happens. Okay, so yeah. I have commands set up to where I can say certain things, and certain things will happen. So if I want to play music, let's just say, all I have to say is... magic time. And yeah. I poke the genie. But you touch the stove to see if it's hot. That was one time, okay? That was one singular time. That was one time, god damn it. I love it. I love it. Let's go. Let's go. I poke a genie. Damn it. How about this? I compliment the genie. Oh shit, I don't have that command set up actually. Let me do this actually. Doing awesome. Nice. Anyway, let's go. Let's see here. Do I want to do this? I do want to do this. Can I do this actually? I can't copy when it's like that. Damn it! God damn it! Alright, let me do this actually. I want to go ahead and delete the history on that. See here, I want to give this thing a flush style thing, you know? See here. I love that, you know? I love that. The track, you know? It's just like... oh, that's a Z ad. Let me do this, actually. I want to do... oh, that's gonna cause some issues, won't it? Alright, so I want to add this. Actually, no, I want to do this, actually. I want to see what I'm doing. Alright. Creates that real quickly. Alright. Alright, so now I'm going to go ahead and turn off of that. Is it going to do anything? No, it's not. Okay, cool. I want to do this now. That'll create some more definition on here. And I also want to do this, actually. Just because I can, and it's my model. Go like so. Is it do the same thing on both sides? It will do both things on both sides. Alright, an ad's gonna play. That happens. We'll take a little break, alright? I'm actually gonna get up and do something real quickly when that happens, alright? But yeah, drink some water, god damn it, you thirsty you thirsty bastards.
Blast in the air leaves the world so stark. Cold
drink some water, you thirsty bastards. See. And what's going on too, right? I'm not gonna. I don't want to leave y'all or people on YouTube with just nothing, you know. So let me go ahead and activate this command. All right. Trivia or gaming trivia question. Shit. What was it? Trivia question gaming. I see that command has not been fixed yet. Let me see here. Hold on. Trivia question gaming. Damn. Okay, well, an ad's gonna play. I'm gonna go ahead and do this quickly. While the ad's playing, I'll go ahead and keep talking, but I'll keep doing this though. Ad type mid-roll. Why the hell is it mid-roll? Let me do this. All right. Ads. Add run. All right. Delete. I don't want any mid-roll ads. Go down to here. It worked before, but not now. Let me see here. I'll go ahead and fix this up for y'all on stream. All right. Let's see here. Oh shit! Let me see here. Trivia question. Always enable random voice control. Reward redemption. Maybe I have to have it on top. Let's see here. Enable. Don't run if. Let's see here. Pokemon Genie. Oh, let's see. I might be able to do something with it, actually. Refresh triggers. Do this. Welcome back from the ad, everyone. I'm gonna do this. Edit trigger. Voice command. Any. That is probably why it's doing that. Oh, I don't even have a goddamn. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. Okay, so I'm gonna call this thing. Whoops. I'm gonna call this thing. Gaming trivia question. We're gonna call the command trivia question gaming. Put this on a threshold, a confidence threshold of 25. Okay. All right. So now with this though, we go ahead and get rid of that real fast. All right. Trivia question gaming. Actually, let me do this. Actually, let's do this. Actually, I'll call this thing trivia gaming. There we go. I had to make it a I had to make it a command that is not going to be, we call it hard to avoid saying, you know? You do this, always enable, always run, exclude history. Alright, so now, let me try this now. Trivia gaming. Damn, okay. Maybe I have to make this, let me try this, actually. I'm gonna go ahead and duplicate this here. I'll call one of these, reward. Alright, this one will have no reward, needed. Delete. This one will be done by doing a reward. Oh, let me do this actually. See here, trivia question, Twitch, reward. This one will be edit. This one will be voice command. Let's try this now. Let's try it now. So, trivia gaming. Damn it. Okay. Let me see here. All right. Try this again. Let me do this quickly. Come on. Voice control. Command. Stop after. Put that on. Let's put that on a confidence threshold of 50. Location. Let's go start. All right. Enable. Okay, now. Trivia gaming. Damn it. Okay. Let's go back here. Exact. I poke. Okay. Conference level 10. All right. Let's try it again. Oh, that's probably why. All right. Trivia gaming. Yes, we got it. Okay. So, now, anytime I say that keyword, those two keywords, it should bring up a trivia question, which I will play while ads play for we call it, for YouTube, right? You can have some fun with that, basically, you know? And if you want to participate too on Twitch, you know, you can go ahead and sub to the channel, or you know, go to the YouTube stream, you know. But yeah, not that I'm trying to like gatekeep the questionnaire thing, you know. I'll definitely have those be available like during stream, like not like when ads are not playing, right? Of course. But yeah, if anyone wants to, you know what? I have an idea. Yo. Okay, how about this? For those who answer correctly on those questions, I will reward them with VIP. Well, let's see here. What does VIP even do? Hold on. I see what the hell VIP even does before I give it out, because it might blow things up. What does VIP even do? Let's see here. VIPs are valued members of a creator's community who organize with special badges. VIP can perform following actions, chat, without being affected by slow, sub-only, or followed. Okay. I mean, technically, for what I have here, VIP kind of does nothing. Because I don't have slow chat on, I don't have sub-only, I don't have follower modes only, because I think that's kind of dumb, honestly. But, you know, I think that's kind of dumb. But, Yeah, how about that? If I... Let's see here. If someone answers the question correctly, it'll have to be via Twitch. I will reward them with VIP for a certain amount of time. I don't know. Truthfully, I'm not gonna remember like when to turn it off for people, so it might be like VIP forever. But you know, it's whatever. I had to look it up too before I dish it out because like I don't want like VIP becoming like, you know, becoming a thing where like it just gives people access to fucking everything, you know? Like, uh-oh. Because one of the things that I do with this with a streaming, right, is technically if we're really talking about this stream as of, you know, who all is in charge of it basically, there's two people in charge of this here channel in a way, not just me. It is me and Darkfire Bat in a way. He's like been helping out a lot with everything basically, you know? The Discord, everything, you know, telling me like what we should do, you know, what we shouldn't do. Not that there's like things that like I bring up that I think are improper, you know, or that would come off as wrong, you know. But you know, I don't know. One of the suggestions that I had is let's see here. It was, what was it? It was getting rid of like ads, you know, and he was all for it, you know. But after after the moment of silence after Twitch decided to, you know, kind of we call it ask me if I wanted to get rid of my Twitch channel because I was, you know, getting rid of ads or trying to get rid of ads, you know, on my channel, get rid of my affiliation. That's when that whole entire thing kind of went out the window, basically. That's when we were like, you know what, maybe this is a bad idea. You know? Maybe. Here's a hunch. But yeah. Let me see here, though. I want to go ahead and make a fucking flower, okay? I'm gonna go ahead and call this thing here flower petal. Whatever. Flower petal. I'm gonna go ahead and make this thing. Gonna delete that. Increase the subdivide as well. Again. Alright. Copy that. That'll be a loose petal. This would be a loose petal for us to just place down randomly on the board, if you will, or on the ground or wherever, basically, you know. It would be a simple 1 polygon or 4 polygon little petal. It won't be that expensive. It'll add like 4 polygons to the scene. Which, I mean, I say that like it's a big thing, but like it really ain't, you know. I'm just a big stickler for like making sure everything runs smoothly, you know. Making sure we have everything we need. Make this game a little bit better. So here. Go ahead and do this. Alright, so now I'm going to go ahead and do that. Which, by the way, I mean, I've said this in past streams before, but I'll say it again because I feel like it's important to say. If you are also an artist, alright, and you're wondering, you're struggling in the concept of, like, you're not sure if what you're doing is right, you know? Not as if, like, if it's, like, morally right, but, like, call it if you what you're doing is call it up to par with like how things should be, you know. I say the best method in making anything is your method. All right? If you're not sure how, start testing. Start testing and find your method. Find your method. You know? That's what I did. You know? Decided to say, you know what? One day I thought, well, I'm not sure how to make a game, so let's just go at my own pace. I know how to make games now because I worked on like other games in the past, of course, but like, you know, I thought, okay, we'll trial and error this shit basically. You know? We'll trial and error it, and we'll see what happens. And here I am. But yeah, it's important to know what you need to do, but it's also important to have your own method, or else you're gonna fucking go crazy out here. You're gonna go fucking absolutely crazy out here if you try and follow other people's bullshit, basically. But yeah. That said, though, because there's the thing too, right? Like, you can have someone can give you, like, the method that they came up with years ago, right? Or a method that may not necessarily bring out the best quality, you know? Because in this work, or in this field, there are two, well, it varies, but there's like two different types of methods, right? Or I guess three if you really count it. But like, there is the quick method, then there's the method that delivers the most quality. You know? You can have both. You can have a fast method that delivers the best quality, but you can also have a quick method that delivers, you know, not the best quality, but passable quality, you know? And that's the thing too. What do you want for your game? What do you want for your animation? Do you want passable quality? Like, no, let me actually I want to put this down on Painter just so we can actually look over this, all right? Because there are several ways to go about your art. I'm not just talking about like modeling, like animation, drawing, whatever, right? There are usually two. Nah, let's go three. There are three types. Hold on. There are three types. Three types of design. All right. The first type is where you get speedy. Speedy. Let's go with this actually. There you go for speedy results, but passable quality. And passable. Passable quality. Then there is the second type, where you go for, you know, more time, but, you know, relatively good quality. Then there is method 3, where you just are not satisfied. I call it SAT. You're not satisfied with your project. Or it just looks like shit, basically. It looks like It looks like uh it looks Terrible. Looks bad. Alright, you know? Not, yeah. So there are three types. There is the speedy but passable quality. There is the time used but you get better quality. Then there is the not satisfied and it looks bad level quality, you know? Like, at times, these can cross over, right? Or you can have, we call it, you can have good quality, but for a faster process to gain that quality, right? Sometimes you can have passable quality, right? But it takes a lot of time to get that moderately okay, you know, it works level quality, you know? But what brings you over to type 3 is if you literally just go with methods that you have no idea how the hell they work, you know? Or methods that you just simply don't understand, right? Because if you don't understand the method, you're going to be ending up spending more time and getting a passable quality item or product, right? But if you go with the method that you know that you mastered, right? You get speedy results. Speedy but good quality. Now, someone might say, "Oh, use my way and you get, you know, the end product." But sometimes that product can be passable or good quality. And for you, first time using that method, you'll probably get one or the other. You might get good quality in some cases, right? But sometimes you might get passable quality. Versus knowing your own methods. Mastering your own method to get the best quality, you know? Because that is how, that's how it works, you know? I either go with someone else's technique that they have mastered, or go with my technique that I have mastered. Usually, I'll do my technique a lot faster than a technique that I haven't done before, right? Now, of course, practice everything, you know? Test methods. Test every method you possibly can, right? And see which one works for you, which one you can do faster, you know? Because there might be certain things that someone else can do fast, but you can do a lot slower, right? Like, personally, some people like to go into Painter and put in all of those normal bump maps and height maps, right? Displacement, right? But what I like to do is I like to actually add those in ZBrush by using color fills, right? So that I can use color picker to select those individual sections, right? In Painter, right? And get the speedy quality, right? Now, sometimes that might actually equate to passable quality, right? But that is all right by me. That's fine. You know, if I do it by hand, I might be able to get good quality out of it, but that's a lot of time, you know? It's a lot of time for that. And I don't want that, you know? Not for me. It's not for me. All right? I want speedy quality and passable quality. And that's the thing too. Depending on what you're working on, you might want to go for one or the other, right? If I'm making, let's say I'm making a sword for this game, right? I'm going to want time and good quality because it's a main piece, right? It's a main piece. It's going to be seen by a lot of people. It's going to be the forefront of everyone's screen because it'll be on the left side, right? Like Skyrim, right? If the sword looks janky and shitty, right? Though the player will fucking notice it because it'll be like literally on that side. It'll be like right next to their face, you know? So you want time and good quality. But if it's like a plant, right? Like a mushroom or where the hell, right? That the player's gonna see, like maybe like every so often, right? It's not going to be the main focus of the game, right? That's okay to go for speedy quality, you know? If it ain't important enough to spend a little bit more time on it, then it's okay to go for time. That's okay to go for type 2. But if it's something that the player's not going to be seeing as much, or it's a very minute detail of the game, or animation, or whatever the hell it is, even a fucking tattoo design, then speedy and passable is perfectly fine. Where it gets messed up is when you try to do something new that you're not a master at, that you haven't really figured out fully. That's when you get non-satisfying results, and sometimes it just looks bad, you know? That's what happens when you don't use your method. Now, you can branch out of this and end up going into speedy and time. Passable and good quality. But you don't have to if you already mastered your own method. That's kind of the lesson for today. You know? That's the lesson for today. Do things your way, alright? If you have mastered the method, do the method. I'm gonna move this fucking subtool thing over here, actually. It's bugging the hell out of me. Hold on. Hold on. But yeah. As long as you just do what you master, what you have mastered, right? You'll be fine. You'll be fucking fine. It's okay. If you mess it up, that's good in a way. That means you know what not to do. You know? I have messed up so many goddamn times on models, right? That, like, that I really just have to just sit back and wonder, how can I make sure this doesn't happen again, you know? How can I make sure this happens this one time only, and that is it, you know? And yeah. And sometimes, just being fully honest with y'all, you will have to do things shitty for the first time, alright? That's the thing. Sometimes you need to be shitty. You need to do things in the shit way before you do it the right way. Because you don't know the right way yet, you know? But if you do the shitty way, you'll know what not to do. Right? If you know what to do, or if you know what not to do, likely that'll help you figure out what you should do, you know? But yeah. Basically what I'm saying is, test some shit out, alright? Try different methods. See what works, what doesn't work. You know? That is quite literally the entire method that I'm talking about, basically, you know? Just like, figure out what you need to do by messing it up. But yeah. And sometimes, when you mess things up right, you can actually see how you can actually, you know, come up with new designs, new details, right? Like, let's say, for example, right? A succeeding error that happened, right? Let's say, for example, Notch, right? Notch, when he was working on Minecraft, right? The Creeper, right? The Creeper was a total accidental character or creature in the game, you know? The Creeper was made on accident when Notch was trying to create the pig model in Minecraft, you know? And the pig model ended up looking like the Creeper, you know? Or having the same mesh look, you know? The same silhouette. And so, Notch decided to make that into an actual mob, you know? Its own mob that was so much a staple of the game that it literally became an icon for the game. Like, it is literally, in some cases, right, it's literally the goddamn promotional art, you know? A mistake that happened over one thing that he messed up on Now, it wasn't a big mistake because, knowing how this stuff works, right, it's easy to just kind of like go back and redo things, But like that simple mistake that he made basically made the entire, like, a big portion of the game's we call it the game's popularity, the game's success, and the what you think about when you think Minecraft. When I think Minecraft, one thing that comes to my mind is the creeper. Because that had made, or that one character was such a fucking big character. It was such a goddamn recognizable character in like the early 2012 era that, like, at least for me, that it was like it was how you knew Minecraft. Like, I mean, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. To me, it's crazy. Something so simple can be so interesting. Something so simple can just work. With that said, I feel like it's perfectly fine to mess things up on your model or on your art piece or whatever the hell you're making, basically. Because sometimes if you mess things up and you learn from that mistake, guess what? You can have something be absolutely insane. But yeah. Basically, take all your mistakes and analyze them. You don't have to, go into full document and WordPress, but like, look at them. Anyway, ads are gonna play. I'm gonna go ahead and put up the ads queue, and this time I'm actually gonna get up and take a little break. All right. But yeah, so go ahead and do this real fast. All right, so put up the ads queue in session. All right. In fact, do here. Go like so. Hold on. I thought the ads queue was gonna be missing. Whatever. Anyway, if any of y'all wants to try and guess the question, trivia, gaming. If any one of y'all wants to try and answer that question, when I come back, if it's answered, whoever answers it correctly, I'll give them VIP. All right. Whoever answers it first. Correctly, though. All right, I'm back. Who answered the question? Let's see here. All right. All right, let me do this real fast. All right. We're back. All right. Let's go ahead and turn off the ads queue, and sweet. By the way, if anyone wants to join the Discord server, we have one link down below. You can join that. Actually, I want to change up the should call it the description of hold on. Of the stream, so it's more prominent, because let's see here. What is here? Because the Discord might be popping off in a matter of days, because yeah. Hold on. I'm going to this real fast. Put it up here. Alright. I'm putting it up in... Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. I want to go ahead and make the stream Discord thing, link thing, more prominent, or more noticeable for the chat, you know? Or for YouTube. Alright. Join. Alright. Alright. There we go. Let's see here. Alright, update all of that. Okay, we're ready to go. Sweet. So, if you want to join the Discord community, basically what we have going on over there is we have a lot of over there you can tell like what's gonna happen on stream, basically, you know? You'll be able to tell if we're doing art, doing gaming, doing whatever the hell, you know. We've been recently going into Persona 5 Royale recently. That game has been so fun, but I have to take a break from that game because I have so much to edit, you know? I plan on editing and uploading video segments or episode segments of Persona 5. And I have been lazy on that part because holidays, you know. But good God, I have 14 hours of video to edit, you know? And all for Persona 5. Now, I'm not going to be releasing all 14 hours of Persona 5. I'll be cutting it down to the parts that are lesser dull, you know? But you know, it's going to be a cool little playthrough or let's play at Persona 5 because it's my first time actually beating Persona 5. I haven't beaten it yet, but I'm on the road to beating it on stream, fully on stream. And what I want to do is I want to have individual streams be I want to make it so that individual streams are going to be tied to one thing only, in a way, you know? Because I realize that if I stream both art and Persona 5, right, those are two very different categories, right? And depending on what I stream first, if someone's looking for part fucking 3 of Persona 5, the Let's Play that I'm doing, they're gonna have to look through the art as well, and the art stream as well, and I don't want that, alright? So I'm gonna be doing this, right? I'm gonna be uploading the full gameplay onto YouTube once I have the video ready, and then I'll edit the fun playthrough, you know, the playthrough where I added a bunch of unique video edits, right? You know, make it more funny, make it more comedic, you know, because that's my jam. You know, I love editing videos to be less serious, you know? Persona 5 is a very comedic but very in most times serious game with serious problems, right? But you know, to me being what immersion looks like to me, immersiveness looks like to me when I'm playing games, is me having a blast, having fun, you know, doing all that stuff, right? Having fun, cracking jokes, If I am not, basically, I'm one of those people who, like, if I'm not speaking, if I'm quiet while playing the game, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I'm watching the clock, I am just, the more talkative I am on certain topics, the more you have my attention, The more I am in the zone, the more I am just fully into it, But yeah, that's basically how it is for me, But yeah, let's go ahead and do this, though. I want to go ahead and... We have the flower, two different variant flowers here. Now what I want to do is I want to add in the underpiece for both of these flowers, right? It ain't going to be too extensive. It'll just be like a little dot, honestly. But it'll be something unique. What I might do, just because we could, and it won't be too expensive on polygons, I might have 2 image planes on both of these, on both of these planes, right? What that will look like, if I go back to Maya, I'm gonna go ahead and go here. Whoops. Go back here, right? I'll have like an image plane facing the front, and then an image plane facing the back. But they're so close together that people won't even be able to tell which one is what, It'll look like this, in a way. Which I want to see if I can get it to work. Like this, So, it'll basically look like... this, in a way. It'll be close together, but it will be very much on par with, like, having, like, 2 sides of the model, basically, Because this game is going to be very retro as in, like, very old style in a way. It's gonna be medieval fantasy, but we're gonna have that old style to it, And by the way, I announced what the game is gonna be at the end of 2024 on stream. Didn't make a big ass post about it, but I'll constantly be sharing what the game is gonna be, right? Because honestly, beforehand, when I started streaming, right, I had plans to make this game a gigantic ass secret, A secret that would primarily contain to the idea of, like, oh, my viewers don't know the hell I'm working on, until the game comes out, it'll be this big suspenseful thing, The game finally comes out, people will be able to see what the hell this game's actually about, right? And I realized that is possibly the shittiest thing anyone can do as a goddamn game dev, after a while. So realize, right? What if someone is waiting for a certain game, and I'm not making that game, but they have expectations that I am making that game, And I'm pretty sure by how I've been working on this game, I'm pretty sure people could tell what the hell the game was going to be about, It's going to be a fighter game, because we have swords, we have... shields, we have magic weapons, we have environments that have to do with combat, we have potions, we have different types of items that are going to be used to be fighting people with, So I'm pretty sure people understood that, hey, it's probably gonna be some fighting going on in this game, But anyway, what people don't know or didn't know is this game is not exactly one game, but it is 2 instead. It's fucking 2 games, alright? It's 2 individual games. But they work the same way. Except, one is a physical game, a game you'll be able to hold in your hands, while the other game is going to be primarily digital, Because, that's how video games are, But, to put it down simple, what it's going to pertain to is the idea of, we call it, having the art style of one game carry over to the other game. So whatever the hell we do for one game, whatever model we make for one game, it's going to contribute towards both, basically. That's how I'm doing this, basically. That's why I am working on 2 games. Because it's basically working on 1 game, but I'm basically using the assets to make it very diverse and very, what's the term? Very convenient, very, we call it, very multi-purposed, you know? But yeah. So what I'm working on is a card game and a video game version of the game. Now, the video game version of the game is not going to be a card game like Magic the Gathering or anything like that, you know? The card game is going to be a card game where you control an avatar, weapons, actions, passive items, you fight another player or several players at the same time. In the video game version of the game, it's going to be the same deal, except it's not going to be cards. It's going to be an open world where you pick your avatar, you pick your avatar, your weapon, your items, your passives, and actions. Actions are basically skills, and you go off to fight other players. Simple as that, you know? The way the video game version of this game works is going to be a round-based system, where in the game, you will control your avatar, you'll have your gear ready, and you'll be able to walk around and get ready for your first fight, your upcoming fights, by going to shops, looting around, doing what you have to do to prepare for that fight, you know? Then after a non-disclosed amount of time, which will be around 1 to 2 minutes, you will be given your first target to go find and kill, as that target has to find you and kill you as well. And whoever is alive after 7 minutes, they'll move on to the next round, and this will continue until there's like 1 person left standing, you know? Basically, it's a tournament, in a way, you know? You have your even amount of players, they all, you know, they all get paired up into groups of 2, they fight each other, move on to the next round until you get to the last person standing. Simple as that. In an open world that is going to be sizable to fit around 8 players and whatnot. It's not going to be a big-ass open world. It's not going to be like a whole-ass New York City worth of open world, you know? Because, again, like I said before, I'm one guy, you know? Working on this game. And, you know, making this game, like, sizable for, like, 8 players is pretty... It's hard, but it is still doable, you know? But the idea of this game is fights can happen anywhere, anytime, with anyone. I want the maps to be big enough so that you could fight anyone. You can fight in several locations, you know? Like, one of the maps that I want to make for this game is going to be inside of a small village, town area. Where there's going to be, like, taverns. Well, not taverns. There's going to be, like, a tavern, weapon shop, you know, potion shop over there, right? And you can fight anyone, anywhere. But there is no, like, safe zone in this game. Which also means I don't have to code that save zone. You know? It works out in my favor, too. The idea of the video game version of the game is that it's so undeniably simple that I don't have to add a lot of I don't have to, like, finalize a lot of things in the game, you know? Definitely not as much as a game like a hero shooter, right? Where everything has to, or hero fighter game, like Marvel Rivals, Overwatch, right? Because it's like, in those games, it's all balanced, and that's pretty easy, you know? But, you know, we call it, because there might be several game modes to the game, it's kind of easy, you know? Well, not easy. It's kind of harder, right? If there's multiple game modes in the game, then that means you have to, you know, finalize every game mode. But if the simplest of the game is literally just going out to fight someone in a round-based system, you only have to focus on one singular repeatable mechanic of the game, basically, you know? Because the main mechanic of the game, the main function of the game is you give your player 2 minutes or 1 to 2 minutes to prepare. They get targets, they fight them, they move on. Copy and paste until there's like one person left standing, basically. Now, it ain't gonna be that simple, of course, but the gameplay is so straightforward that, like, it undeniably will be, like,
easier to manage, you know? That's the thing too, you know? A lot of people out here, a lot of indie devs, right? They want to add this, that, you know, like 100 fucking things into their game, right? When, you know, I invoke the quantity over quality. No, quality over quantity, I mean. You know? Basically, what I'm trying to say is I want to focus on one thing, do it really fucking well, and have that be the game, you know? And eventually add more to the game, of course, more game modes, but after the initial game, part of the game is finalized and, you know, perfect, then move on to the next thing, of course, right? But yeah, the card game works the same way, except of course there is no timer, and no one's randomly chosen a target. Everyone gets to choose a target first, and yeah, the card game, it works somewhat similar, except you still play in a round-based sequence, but it is essentially what you call it. It's a little bit easier than most card games, I would say. While a game like Magic, right, or Yu-Gi-Oh, it's absolutely extensive, right? You have all these cards with like that do different things, right? In this game, there are just literally about like 5 different cards and whatnot, you know? And they all do something basic, right? And the idea of this game is literally simplicity. Simplicity in your gameplay. You know? In this game, you pick out your one avatar, a set of weapons, passives, skills, and items based on the quantity that your avatar can wield, which is usually going to be around, you're going to be controlling around like 6 to 12 cards basically. And you're only going to have like maybe like a good like 3 to 6 cards in your hand basically, you know, while the rest of your cards are going to be passives, you know? Like passively active, you know? It's not something you have to like consider to activate. It's just like there for you, you know? Because that's the thing too, right? Ever play a card game or watch a card game go down, right? And someone just plays like 10 cards in a row or 5 cards in a row, right? And you're like, what the hell is going on? Imagine if those cards were just like just active, you know? They're just there. Small effects, small impact, but it's always active, you know? And because it's always active, as time goes on, those individual effects do stack up in a way. Let's say you have a passive that says you deal +1 fire damage, right? Over time, right, if you dish out a lot of fire hits, right, you don't really have to think about, you know, all that damage because it's just natural, you know, you just add +1 every attack, right? So it's like, as simple as it is, you know, it's just relatively easier to kind of keep track of, right? Because it's always active. You know, it's almost like second nature in a way, you know? But yeah, that is going to be the card game version of the game. It's basically going to be a simple version of like, we call it a simpler version of like Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Magic, right? Not that I'm going to be blatantly copying them, alright? Because I want to have this game be its own game, alright? In fact, the game is so different that, we call it, it's so undeniably different that I believe that, we call it, it's going to maybe make things a lot easier on players, you know? Because the way card games work, right, is like whoever knows the rules the most or knows the rules better usually wins, right? In this game, that ain't the case. In this game, everyone has a chance to win. No matter what cards you have, no matter what you know about the game, everyone has a chance to win, whether you are a new player or not. But of course, if you know the game and you have like you have a strategy in your cards, right? A strategy you plan on The way this game works is it runs off of attack speed in a way. For example, if you, I'm not gonna explain what the hell how to play the game because I don't want people to like take it, you know. But the way the game, imagine this, right? Imagine the way you attack, the way you deal damage is based off of a speed, right? It's based off of a speed, therefore it would be RNG, right? Therefore, if it's RNG, no one can succeed 100%. No one can succeed their attack 100% of the time. If they do, it's highly unlikely. It's still likely, it's still a chance, but it's highly unlikely. And therefore, if you are a new player, you still have the ability to dodge attacks, even if you don't know what is happening, right? And there'll be cards to increase the chances of attacking, of course, and the ability to dodge and ability to, get the upper hand, right? But if, even for a new player, there is a way for them to be protected, that is good. Because that means that they still have a fighting chance, no matter what cards the other person has in their hand. It's still a strategy to the game, of course, because, the cards someone has in their hands can ultimately affect the chances of you getting hit. But the chances of getting hit is never 100%. That is the idea of the game. The chance of being attacked is never 100%. But you can modify the likelihood of that chance to a massive degree. But it's never going to be absolutely for sure that you're going to hit. But yeah. And that's the thing too, That is going to be really good for new players because they'll be able to actually learn the game and learn why they didn't get attacked, why they didn't get hit, It'll be as simple as, what's that one video of, like, that one guy who is telling the kid to go into the water, but the kid's like, oh, I can't swim, though. And the guy just, like, throws the kid into the water, It'll be like that, Like, clear cut, they'll learn, They will learn. But yeah. Actually, let me show off the video because, I think it's kind of funny. Let's see here. On. I can't swim. Let's see here. Really? Oh, let me see here. Do this real fast before the ad plays, because I want to actually watch this for everyone. See here.
Swim.
How old are you?
6.
But yeah, that is basically what the gameplay is kind of like, Like, as soon as you're dropped in, you play the game. My idea of the game is that as soon as you play the game, and play, like, the sequence, the game flow, right? You'll get the game. You'll be able to understand the game relatively quickly, But yeah. And eventually, I do want to do some playtesting of the game, but that is on stream, that is. But I want to make sure that we have, like, a stable ground of the game first, Stable ground as in we are a long ways between, like, publishing, Because I know how the internet works, In fact, I want to actually before ads start in about 1:30, I want to actually go over a little story. Not my own story, but like we call it a story that happened to a certain dev or developer, basically, which is kind of why you never see games you don't see a lot of games getting or some games getting like massively shouted out until the game is actually ready to be played, you know? Called but because my game is like 2 games in one, I think it's gonna be kind of hard for people to like pinpoint which portions of the fucking crap that I'm making is for the card game and which one's for the fucking video game itself, you know? So it's like whatever, you know? Anyway, there's a game that, and I'm pretty sure we all know the story, but I feel like it's a good lesson in the gaming history, you know? Where basically one guy worked on a game for so long, it took so long for him to make it that someone else had to make it for him, basically, you know? Not for him, but like make it faster than him, basically, you know? And this guy, he probably had like a million things on his fucking plate, you know? Because, you know, life. You know, I mean, you call it, all because of a thing called life, you know? Everyone has a life. No one is, oh, wait, hold on. Are ads gonna play? Ads are gonna play. When ads are done, I'll start the story. All right. But yeah. Put short though. The guy showed off his shit. Someone saw it. They copied it. It's theirs now. And that's why I don't want. That's why I don't want to like show off like the card game on stream yet, because you never know. It's possible. It happens. But yeah, that's the brief of the story. But like, you know, there's a lot of depth to it that I think is kind of interesting. But you know, we'll go ahead and go over that after the ads play, or after not after. Yeah, after ads play. But yeah. Actually, let me just let me go ahead and do this. I'll continue working on the art piece while we're all doing our thing. But yeah. Actually, let me do this. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and make this thing a little bit easier to see here. The hell is happening here? Oh, hold on. I want to go ahead and do this, actually. Extrude, go like so. We're going to go ahead and close it up and do one of these. Then I'm going to go ahead and do one of these. Actually, I want to do this, actually. Make sure we can pull this up. All right. Our ad's done. And they're done, I believe. Okay, so here's the story about how some dude got all their shit stolen, basically. Now, based on who this guy is, this developer, justice has been served, basically, alright? That's all I'm gonna say. Justice has been served, but there is still a lesson to be learned. From all of us. For all of us who are in the creative sphere, you know? By this one guy's actions, in a way, alright? Now, I don't respect the developer who worked on that game, but there is still something to learn from his experience. All right? There's things to learn from every experience if you look deep enough, I believe. But in the case of Yandere Simulator, or Yandere Dev, right? We're not going to go into what he did. All right, we all know what he did. We don't have to go into that, all right? But he spent a long time on a game. Someone did it faster. He got pissed. Simple as that. And what he could have done if he really wanted to make it lesser a problem is he could have, of course, taken in feedback, of course, but you know, it's whatever. what he also could have done is had that game be a side project, not a fucking whole, not his whole life, you know? I think that is what he did. He had I remember he had like something happen, or he had like some sort of funding for this game that basically funded his entire life. And that is a scary situation, basically, you know? To me, that is scary. Because imagine your entire life comes down to people giving you money for a project, you know? Imagine your entire life comes down to that. No. Alright? That is not a safe, sustainable thing. If I'm gonna make a game, I want to have another job while I'm working on that game, you know? If I'm doing freelance game design or game development, right, I want to have something to fall back on, you know? Like I'm not making this game. Like, I'm not like making this game, you know, and that's just it, you know? Like, I have another job, of course, you know? And you know, just like he didn't adult well enough. He didn't adult well enough, basically, is what I'm trying to say, you know? He didn't prepare. He didn't do the basic adult things, you know, of like preparing for the worst, you know? And what happened was literally rock bottom for him, you know? First he lost funding, you know, which is understandable because he spent so long on this game. And that's the thing too. I think he started working on this game, what we call it, what he did, I think he basically showed off. He waited until he had something to show. Anything to show, which is a bad idea, okay? It's a terrible idea to show anything at the start of its progression, in my opinion, when it comes to a game project, you know? Because you don't know how long the game's going to take to fully come out. It can be 10 years, 8 years, it could be longer than that. It could be... There's no telling, right? Things can happen. So if you release a game that still has, like, an undisclosed amount of time of development left, people are not going to understand that. They're going to think, oh, this game will take like a good, like, 2-3 years to come out. When in actuality, that ain't the case. The reason why a lot of games have that release date, right, of like 2 or 3 years is because at that point, that is a safe bet to assume that is when the game is going to come out. Because they already have most of the game already fucking made, right? But what I think what Yandere Dev did is he waited until he had something presentable, right? And then he showed it off. Imagine only showing off a trailer for a game and not having any of the game made, alright? Now, you set yourself an impossible expectation, you know, from your players. Because now, they want a game soon. If a trailer for the game or gameplay trailer is widely liked, acceptable, or whatever the hell, right? And there's no actual game, no optimized game in the works, I should say, then you are gonna have problems. Because now people are gonna want that game even sooner, right? And people get impatient. People get impatient like a motherfucker out here, you know? Think about Concord or any game that took like over 8 years to make, right? What happens to those games when they get released early based on people's impatientness, right? Like if you remember too, right? If you remember Cyberpunk, right? That game had its debut in 2013 when it was shown a trailer at a Comic-Con or some E3 convention, right? It was E3, I think. I don't know. It was some convention. They released a trailer for the game. It looked absolutely amazing for 2013, and everyone was like happy to see that game being worked on, right? And then it released in 2019, like literally almost like 7 years later, or whatever the hell, right? And it sucked, right? It came out unbaked, unpolished, right? And a part of that might be because people pressured them to release the game. Now, I don't think that's the case, but we're going to go with that assumption, right? We're going to go with that assumption that they got pressured into releasing it early, right? What would have been better, right, is if they released that trailer for that game sometime within like 3 years before it got initially released, right? That way they would have had more years to finalize it before people started to fucking throw the damn tomatoes at them, right? More years to develop the game, more time to put it in the oven, right? You know? And that's the thing too. Trailers give expectations. Trailers put a timer on your ass, you know? Trailers make people impatient. That is what starts the impatientness. Because as soon as someone sees that trailer, they're gonna think that they're gonna sit down and play a unique game. If they find the trailer enjoyable, right? They think they're gonna play a game within the next 2 or 3 years that's gonna be enjoyable. And if they don't get that, they're gonna be asking questions. Where is my game? Where is this game that you showed me like 3 years ago, right? Well, if it is underdeveloped at that time of the trailer being launched, there's going to be a lot of wait time before that game goes out. And at that point, right, your expectations get even higher. Because now people think, oh, this game has been in the works for like 10 damn years, right? It has to be good. And if it's not, guess what? You sucked, you know? Sucks to suck, basically, you know? And so, back to the Unreal Dev thing, right? What he should have done is wait till the game was, like, actually ready to play, right? Actually ready to play it out, you know? And, like, then spend, like, the next year or two, like, finishing up the game, you know? But, we all know how that worked out, right? He managed the game very poorly. It was very poorly optimized. I think he literally had an image plane or a plane for every leaf in the game. That's like a couple of 10,000 polygons being brushed by your face every minute or two. That's not good. Even the most strongest computers can handle that bullshit, right? And yeah, that is like what, that's why it's important to, you know, strategize how you're going to release your game, because if you don't do it right, it will bite you in the ass, you know? Because, like, you know, but I think I made my point. But basically, that is the reason why everything needs to be planned out perfectly or accordingly, you know? Because if it ain't, you know? It's going to be terrible. It's going to be terrible. For you. Or for your game, mostly. But, you know. Maybe even you. Who knows? You know? There's a lot of times where people boycott games nowadays, right? People go off onto Steam reviews and absolutely decimate a game with downvotes. In fact, there is a game, I can't remember what the game was called, but there was a game that had to do with let me see here. Let me go ahead and look it up. I want to look it up on Steam as well to see if it still has those negative reviews. Let me go here. Game gets review bombed for non-same sex couples. Where was it? It was 4 months ago. What was the game called? I think it was... The hell was it? Soulash Game, I think is what it was called. Basically, it's a game, it's a history game, sort of, on how population grew, I believe. In that realm, I don't know. I don't know what the game was called, or what it was about specifically. All I know, it was about, like, the population growth of Earth. But, I don't know. I haven't played before, but, you know, that's what the game was about. Anyway, so in the game, in old Renaissance level game about you know, population and how it works, right, you know. Let's see here, what's this game? Roguelike procedure, generated world, simulated. Yeah, I think it was this game. Anyway, so basically what happened, right, was the person, wait, was it this game? Let me see here. Okay, yeah, so yeah, it was this game. So basically what happened was, this game people found out about it, and they found out that this game doesn't have same-sex marriage and whatnot, because this game is about old times where you basically grow a population, you know? And I think that's what this game is about. But anyway, let me see here. Let me go ahead and read the tweet from this guy. Let's see here. I'm not sure if this is like the main developer, but I don't know. This is the tweet from the guy. Some guy. I don't know. Shut up. Shut up. Alright. Alright. Indie game Soul Ash game is being review bombed on Steam because the creator doesn't want to change the game to support the same-sex relations. The creator, whatever the hell his name is being called phobic and other not so nice things because he doesn't want to virtue signals in his game. I DM'd the creator, who said it's painted as being against LGBTQ, the fucking Rainbow Squad. But I'm not. I took my stance against forced inclusivity in games. He currently is under attack. Check out his game and see for yourself. Yeah. So anyway, that is what this game is about. Or that is the tea, if you will, about this game, right? And it is arguably, I applaud the main dev of this game for not going against the herd and adhering to their bullshit, basically, now, because, you know, games are supposed to be fun for everyone, even the developer to make it, you know? It's supposed to be a fun experience for everyone around. And I am happy that the developer didn't crush under the pressure and do that alright. Didn't adhere to the Power Ranger Rainbow Squad, alright? You know? I have no problem with same-sex whatever relations or whatever the hell, right? I don't mind. I don't care. Mostly. But basically, he made this game. It is his own art piece. He has the ability to choose what the hell goes on in the game, whatever he does. It's whatever, right? And to try and review bomb this game, to try and, you know, take it down or give it a bad rep over something so minute, something that is so out of the land of what this game's about, is so goddamn petty. Alright? And this is the second game, too. Let's see what the first game is like. The reviews, I mean. Soul Ash, it is on. Mostly positive. That's pretty good. Let me see here. I want to go down here and go to... Can I see the whole list? Show graph. Yeah. See here, probably have a significant few hours. Let me see here. Not really worth the price. Let me see here. I can't recommend this game. The devs actively removing from the community has decided to allow hateful behaviors in community members that people want to in your community. Yeah, so basically, this man is not crumbling under the pressure. And just for that, alright? I wanted this for the developer, right? Just because it's gonna be kind of funny. It won't do much for him, probably, but I will do it anyway. Just because, Twitter is trying to bomb this man's game, I think it's only right for me to buy the game full price and play the game on stream. It won't give the game any traction, probably, because we're a small stream, but if I can toss this man like $30 or so for his troubles, that's fine by me. Alright? I'm gonna go ahead and... Can I actually... I'll add this game to my wish list, and then I'll just buy the bundle. But yeah. Just because this man is going through some bullshit, and I am someone who believes that as a artist, as a developer, as someone who likes to make games and play games, right, I feel like it is absolutely justified to add whatever the hell you want in your game. You know, whatever you want in your game, you want to add is up to you. All right. If people like it, whatever. If they don't like it, it's whatever. At the end of the day, it's your product. It's your thing. If you like it, you like it. You know, it's whatever. So, because of that, because of what he's dealing with, I want to buy the game, play it on Steam on stream, give it a review, a positive review. If it is good though, if the game is good, I'll leave a positive review. If the game is actually bad, I won't lie to you. I will leave a negative review. But the game is gonna have to pass my 3-star, my 5-star rating, basically, you know? And it's a pretty easy rating to pass, alright? It's a pretty damn easy rating to pass, alright? And I'll go over the rating right here. Because it's very easy. It's easy to pass this test on. I judge games based off of 5 things, alright? The first one is fun ability, alright? Is the game fun? Alright? Next is glitchiness, you know? If the game has been out, yeah. Glitchiness. Now, some glitches are fine. If they're just patches that just needs to patch up, that's okay. But if the glitches stop progression, that's bad in my opinion, you know? If it stops progress of the game, that's gonna lose a star off of my off of my review. Alright? The third star is, let's see here. That is after feel of the game. What that means is, after I play the game, do I want to play the game again? Do I feel like the game deserves a replay? Do I feel like coming back to the game? This doesn't mean if the story is done, we play it again. This just means that if I get like halfway through the game or any portion of the game and I exit the game, do I feel like I want to come back to the game the next day? Or do I want to come back to the game at any point, you know, in my life, right? If it has that feel, that is going to award it 1 star, all right? The fourth is going to be design. Basically, it's going to be style. Style of the game, you know? Now, I don't mean like art style. I mean like what the dev is trying to convey. You know, in this game, it's clearly it's a rogue-like game. It has to have history, you know. So we're gonna judge it based on those 2 factors, right? We're gonna judge it based on is it a rogue? I think the second game is a rogue game. I don't know. Oh no, both of them are. Never mind. We'll judge the game based off of the rogue-like system and how well it conveys the story, the plots, what the game's trying to convey, basically, you know? If it succeeds any of these two, that's a gold star, all right? The fifth point, is given for, the 5th rating. I actually need to get my fucking notebook out because I forgot what the fucking 5th one is. The 5th one, oh yeah, it was gameplay. The 5th star is given for gameplay, alright? Now, I don't care what your game looks like, alright? If it has the best graphics in the world, if it has the worst graphics in the world, right? If it passes all 3 of these, then I give that game a solid review, alright? A 5 out of 5, or whatever the hell, right? But if your game does look, in my opinion, right, there are 2 types of visual standards in a game, right? If the game is actively trying to make some impressive graphics, that's one thing, right? That's applaudable in my opinion. But if they try and they absolutely fail at that portion, then I'm not gonna fault them for that. You know, it's literally just whatever. All right. If the game is fun, if it's not that glitchy, if I feel playing the game again, if it has a good style, if the gameplay is enjoyable and satisfying, then you get a full scale review. Okay, you get not full scale. You get a review, but you also get a very positive review. All right. If you get only three of these done right, that's still a positive review. The only time I give a negative review is if you get only two of these right. You know? If you only get two of these right, then, you know, that's still a positive review, but I still have, you know, feedback to give you, of course, right? The only time I give the game, like, fucking thumbs down is if they follow none of these, alright? The only way to get a negative review from me is by messing up all 5 of these, basically. Alright? It's a very and I do that because I don't want to, like, put people down, alright? I don't want to put any developer down. If they make a game, they should be proud of that game. But I will have feedback for them. I will have my critiques. I will have my suggestions, and I will come at them from a standpoint of someone who's been behind the curtains of game design before. I know what the hell is possible. I know it costs money. I know that, you know, that there are certain things in gaming that just, or in game design that are just hard to implement, right? And I'm gonna come at this game as if the developer is just doing this part-time, you know? That way, it's respectful, you know? I'm not going to be absolutely berating their project. I'm going to be basically giving them the feedback anyone else would give them, you know? Nothing, like, we call it, nothing rare, nothing, basically, I want to give them the feedback that will help them out, you know, from someone who knows how these games basically function, you know, how these games like work, you know, because it can be very tricky how these games can be perceived negatively, how these games can be seen as, we call it, how these games can be seen as unready, you know? Because right now, I don't know how long it took for this guy to make these 2 games, so I'm not gonna factor that in. In fact, if I did know how long it took for him to make this game, I'm not gonna factor that in. I'm not gonna factor that in anyway, you know? I feel like factoring in how long a game took to make is a shitty way to fucking judge how good the game is, you know? The only thing that time can do is affect the visuals of the game, you know? But yeah. And here's the thing too, right? I always say this as well in reviews. People say, "Oh, this game looks like it has like PS2 graphics," right? A part of what that could be from is the game started development in that era. Right? Imagine this, right? Imagine you make a game today, right? You start developing a game, you start you're like a year or 2 into the process of making the game, right? And the game will take you about like a good 3 or 4 more years to create, you know, to fully develop, fully finalize, fully release, and have a good product on your hands, right? Well, in the 5 or 6 years of development, right, quality in games are going to change, right? Quality is going to go up. Quality is going to massively increase, right? And so if you're going to be standing there trying to, you know, constantly update the graphics, you know, every time they get an improvement, right, the game is never going to be done. it's never gonna be done if you're constantly trying to up the graphics, right? And yeah, it's kind of why you see a lot of indie games not go down that route, you know. In my opinion, now I think that whether it's intentional or not, it's good for indie games to not go down that route, you know. If you're gonna make a game in a certain style, stick with that style till the end, you know. But if you're gonna be trying to, you know, constantly, you know, like pick a style that you know is gonna be relatively acceptable in the end, you know, because ideally too, right? There is a give or take to everything, right? Like if you make a game that is all pixels, right? A 8-bit style game, right? That gameplay needs to be absolutely insane, you know? Or insane. It has to be very what's the term? It has to be very interesting, you know? Very classic, very compelling, if you will, right? But if the game is 3D, it needs to look stunning, right? It needs to look stunning. It needs to look absolutely insane, you know? Because it's 3D. 3D is evolving every day. So if it doesn't look insane, then, yo, you know? Then, it's gonna look, not so bright for your game, basically, you know? But anyway, an ad's gonna play, let that play, and I'll continue, rambling. Alright? But yeah. And thank you to everyone who's, lurking in the chat. Thank you to everyone who was, lurking on stream, or on, YouTube, and whatnot, you know? But yeah. Let's go. Let's get going. Let's see here. But yeah. If ads don't play, I'm not gonna... I'll just keep going, honestly. It's no problem to me. Okay, and yeah, ads are gonna be playing. Anyway, so for those on YouTube... Actually, let's do this. Let's go ahead and do this. Magic time. Alright, cool. Alright. Oh, it's over here now. Let's go.
Feel the frostbite creeping,
There.
ice in my heart, I'm the king of this rain. Freeze the ground beneath, make the world stand still. Shard by shard, I'm enforcing my will. Cold winds blow, yeah, my power's stark. Turn the heat down low, leave them trapped in the dark. Glaciers rise high, cutting paths so cruel. Step wrong once and you'll drown in a pool. I'm the storm that chills your soul. Breaking through, can't lose control. Diamond frost, sharp as knives. One wrong move and you won't survive. Ice reigns supreme, frozen wrath takes flight. Crystal shards cut deep in the pale moonlight. Winter's calling, it echoes
Yeah.
through.
I love it. I love it.
Coming straight for you.
Welcome back, everyone, from the ads. Keep going. But yeah, what I was saying before is... we call it games are always a risk, you know? Which, by the way, I want to go over that too, actually, because there is a reason why I'm doing this game like I am right now, you know? There's a reason why this game is going to be both a video game and a card game as well. Here's the thing, right? Here's what I am, here's what I'm doing, basically, you know? There's a reason why I'm going both routes. So, think about a game and how long that game takes to make, right? A game, especially a 3D game, that can take a long time to make, you know? Regardless of how skilled you are at making games, you know? Like, it takes a long time to do that shit. Unless you're doing it in, like, pixels or 2D or another platform, right? Another art style, it might be relatively simple for you. But if you're like me, who wants to make this game in 3D and who works best in 3D, you have to kind of accept something, you know? Accept that what you're doing is a risk, you know? It's a heavy-ass risk. Because, let's say you spend, usually for 3D games, right, there's hardly any funding involved, right? Your funding is literally, your awareness, basically, you know? Your drive for that game, you know? And so, miss here. Your budget is literally, just time, really, you know? And so, with that said, it is kind of, in my opinion, right, it's expensive. Games are a risk because they're expensive on resources, right? Because it takes a lot of time to make a good game. And one way to ensure your game is a success is by making it a game that people will be able to find, a game that people will be able to look into, a game that people will be able to basically call it be there and expect, you know? Like, I always say this too, whenever anyone like asks me about like like marketing, you know? Like, I could have this game ready today. But if there is no one to play the game, then the game might fail, you know? The game might fail. As I mentioned too, if the video game version of the game needs to be worked or whatever the hell, right? If it needs to be, how do I say this? I need people to help work on the game, right? That still equates to a lot of time working on a simple 3D video game, right? So, what am I to do if I want to make a game, but I don't want to spend like 5 years on a risk, right? Because that's, at the end of the day, that's what a game is. A game is a risk for a company. Any game you make, any game you think of, it's a risk. Because you could be spending years on a game that may never work. That may not work, right? That may not give you your big, that may not be worth it in the end, right? So what you do is you find ways to increase the likelihood of that game working out in the end. That's what you can do. You know? If, it's like in any game, right? Think of a JRPG game, right? You're going up against a final boss. And you know that you're underprepared. You're underprepared, right? What do? You go and increase your chances of succeeding by getting certain assets, right? You get more people on your team. You get resources right, better supplies, better resources right to help you win that fight. You know, you get people, you get resources, and you get backup, right? Support, right? If you just go after the boss, the big boss, right away, you're gonna fucking die, right? That is the game. The video game is the final boss, basically. While the card game is the resource gatherer, basically, because getting the resources, that's the easy part in a way, compared to the final boss, right? Getting the people as well is also kind of hard, but if you have the resources on hand, guess what? It's a little bit easier to go across that hurdle, basically, And I would love to do a Patreon, but I don't want to. All right, I don't want people to like have that worry of like, is this game gonna be good? Because I don't feel like that is. A Patreon can work right for some people, right? But I don't want that to be my thing, all right? I don't want that. What I want to do, instead of having a Patreon where people just go on, sign up, and we call it and like get the promise of a good game. You know, I want people to be able to buy a good game, right? Buy or purchase a good game to show that we can make good games, right? Here's what's happening, right? Here's the plan, right? So I want to make a product that I actually love, that I will love, and I will tend to, right? And I want to use that as like the quote unquote Patreon. You know, I'm still giving you a game. You know, I'm still making a game that I want to make. You know, I'm still doing the thing that I want to do. You know, but I'm also giving you something that you may want, right? Like, instead of the donation style you know, funding thing, you know, I want to replace that with something real. You know? Like, that's what I want to, that's why I'm making this card game, you know? And the best part is too, right? Like I said before, if I make everything that everything that I make for this card game also will work towards the game itself, because the models will be able to be transferred over from the card game over to the actual game itself, and therefore, you know, we're still working on both games, and we're both, you know, they're both getting updated, right? They're both getting resources added to it, basically. Therefore, if you just work on both games, right, the more I work on the game, the more I work, the more both games get added. So that card game appears more appetizing, right? Just as the video game will be. Because remember, what I said before, the card game is supposed to be sort of like the video game version, but of course it's in a physical card tabletop game, right? So, like, you know, that in a way, that card game will be sort of like the promotional material for the video game, but even after the video game comes out, that card game will still be getting updates, right? Still, there'll be cards coming out for that game, just as those card assets will be uploaded and added to the fucking video game version of that game. You know? The idea, of course, is that I don't want to give you all nothing for something, you know? I don't want to give you all... I don't want to sell you all a promise, you know? I want to sell you all something and a promise, you know? I want to basically make games, but I don't want to, like, put any risk factor into it, you know? Well, limit the risk factor, basically, you know? That is the whole idea. But yeah. Not to mention too, right? Like, I'm having a blast with making this game, you know? Playtesting it has been really fun. And I just to kind of like go over it too, I want to show you all how my ADHD brain has been like going over this goddamn card game, right? Because I literally have been spending so long on this card game, because like I'm actually excited for this game to come out, you know? Like, let me go to card documents. I have been going absolutely all out with this fucking card game. It's insane. Because, like, I want this card game to be, like, mine, you know? I want this card game to be enjoyable, not just for y'all, but for me as well, because I want to play this game as well, you know? And I feel it could be pretty cool to have a community online and a card game that I can just kind of, like, play with y'all on, you know? Because it'd be kind of cool, you know? But anyway, so, like, call it we have fucking play mats, you know? We have actual logos for this shit, you know? Ugh. We have, you know, let's see here. We have logos, we have fucking cards planned, We have like batches ready for playtesting the game out the ass, basically, you know. Fucking going over everything. We have different different skills, different items, different avatars, different weapons. We're gonna add summoners to the game as well because we want to be able to allow people to summon in like creatures to help you fight off other players. You know, we are going through so much of this game, and I can't wait to show it off because personally, I play the game and I have a blast. You know, like to me, and I want people to understand this too. You know, about me. All right, I am someone who can't. I am someone who can't sit down and play a game unless I am someone who can't just sit down and play a game. I am someone who, whether it's a game or a movie or anything like that, you know, I can't sit down and play a game without thinking I could be doing something else so much better, you know. If I feel like I could be doing something else better, then I can't do it, you know. I can't I won't be able to focus, you know? But this card game, like, every time I play it, I'm able to just focus because of how interesting the game is in a way, you know? Because the game is very one of a kind. It doesn't play like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon or any other traditional card game, you know? It is literally so simple, but it has a lot of depth, you know? But yeah. Also, we're making sure that the cards don't have those paragraph text, right? You know how in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon, or I think it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Mostly, they have like like long chapter book fucking chapter book texts, you know, for some cards that do like one thing. Yeah, this game we don't have that. All right. Yeah, no. Like this is how simple the cards are, okay? Let's say you want to play a small health potion card, all right? You just roll 1d4. Whatever you roll on that die is the amount of health points you gain back. Simple as that. You roll a die, you add a single digit number, and that is it. There is no like there is no, oh, I have like this much of this stat, therefore I do this and multiply this. Nah. I made sure that the game, you only have to add or subtract single digit numbers. Now, that ain't the overall, that ain't like the, that is the math equivalent in the game. You know? Because I don't want people to, like, you know, sit there and have to wonder, you know? What the hell is happening, you know? But yeah, because, like, one of the things, too, about game design, right? I call myself a game designer because when you develop a game, right, you have to think about how easy the game is going to be able to convey, you know? How easy is that game going to be understood, you know? Same for anything like D&D, same for anything like any card game, you know? Or board game, Monopoly. Like, the person or the two people who made Monopoly, they are game designers, right? Because they made a game and they made it in a way that was understandable, you know? Not just because of that, but like, you know, they made a game, you know? And they had to make a whole world, basically, you know? A whole logic system. If you make a logic... This is my opinion, right? If you are making a game, if you're making a game, whether it's a video game, a card game, a board game, anything, if there is logic that has to be followed in that game, you are a game designer, right? Because you are literally making up logic for your own thing, right? But yeah, you are basically making up logic, and that is what a game designer basically is, you know? Because if that logic doesn't exist, then people are lost, right? But yeah, and it's up to you to decide how easy that logic is going to be, you know? But yeah, in my idea, a good game, a good video game and card game, board game, any game, a good game has depth with simple mechanics, you know? Simple mechanics, but a lot of depth is key, you know? It's like, just for example, for a video game and both a card game, for a video game, I'll say, a game like, Left 4 Dead 2, right? Just as an example, right? For Left 4 Dead 2, the premise, the logic is simple. You and your 4 friends fight to survive until you get to the other safe room door at the other end of the map. Simple as that. You and your friends go from point A to point B without dying. That is the logic. That's how you win the game. You know, for a game like chess, right? Logic is simple. If your king gets taken, you lose. If you take your opponent's king, you win. Checkers, you know, if you lose all your pieces, you lose. Because you can't play anymore. You know? Simple as that. For a game like Yu-Gi-Oh! Premise is simple. Lose all your life points, you lose. For Magic, lose all your mana points or HP, you lose. Right? How you win, you do the same thing to the other player. Right? And that's the thing. For card games, it's simple. Because all you have to do is make the win condition the reverse version. The reverse for your opponents, of course. That's obvious. But how you get to that point in the game, that is where the game has to shine, you know? A simple-ass mechanic, a simple-ass win condition needs to be met with simple mechanics to get to that point, you know? To get to that objective, right? And in Yu-Gi-Oh!, right, there are a lot of cards that are simple. Like Pot of Greed or Monster Reborn, right? But then there are complicated-ass cards that you just have to, like, sit there and literally study. Study the cards, you know? Like, they introduced cards that had, like, literally, like, a, whatchamacallit, like a whole ass, whatchamacallit, that had a whole ass fucking, like, double, triple, double and triple paragraph texts. Actually, let me see if I can look them up, actually, because, I find it hilarious. Because everyone's like, oh man, no, you're wrong. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the simplest game in the world as long as you read the cards. You know? They tell you exactly what the hell to do. Let me go find a card. Yu-Gi-Oh! Long card text. Like, they literally had to add another box to the card to literally, they had to add a whole other fucking box to the damn card to add more text, and someone broke it down pretty damn easy, pretty significantly over here. Let me go ahead and give credit where credit's due, even though it's just a Twitter post. Let's see here. Go like so. Go right there. Look at this shit. All right. There are several cards like this one right here. There are several cards like like this one. This card here has literally 180 words to it, and 963 characters. Characters as whatever. Words is my most. Words to me is like the most important aspect of this entire thing. The character limit, that's whatever. Words will be however many characters it has to pertain to, make the card make sense. But still, that is a lot of bullshit. That is a lot of shit, basically. Even if you're not the person who activates this card or this effect, right? You are gonna be lost, even if someone explains it to you. Because if this card does anything more than like 2 things, then it's not gonna make any sense to anyone, And that's the thing. Some of these cards do like a billion different things, and that's the problem, right? I feel like if one card should only do 2 things, 1 or 2 things, And if the player wants to try, extend that out with other cards, that's completely on to them. But the card itself needs to only be basic as to do 1 or 2 things. Either 1 super big thing or 2 small things, Or 1 small thing, in case the card's like a low costing card, of course. But, it's either 1 big thing, 2 small things, or 1 small thing. That is as simple as it gets, And 1 small thing can literally be like, at max, like 7 or 8 words. A big thing can be a total or a maximum of like maybe 20 words, on a single card. Like, that is as simple as it has to be. Not to mention too, if we're going down that route, you can make the card text a lot bigger. For Yu-Gi-Oh, right? For Yu-Gi-Oh, I think their card text is. Let me see here. Hold on. Yu-Gi-Oh card text size. Let me actually do this. I like to, whenever I show off examples, I always pull up a PureRef because I don't want to accidentally dox myself, or dox myself, right? Just in case there are things on the page that I don't want to be revealed publicly. But yeah, the font size for Yu-Gi-Oh cards is typically 4 points. That's not good. That's kind of hard to read, Actually, let me see here. Is this a whole ass thing? Oh, never mind. Let's go for Magic the Gathering, alright? Magic the Gathering. Magic the Gathering is pretty easy. In fact, Magic the Gathering has a pretty good point system, or font point system. It is literally called 7.5 to 9 point, which is pretty good. That is pretty good, Like, that is very much readable. And for our card game, I want to go for 8 points. 8-point font across the card. And that is relatively big for a card, And what big words mean, or big font words mean, is lesser words on the card. So, you are forced to condense, and you are forced to make things simple as possible. Therefore, inadvertently, the card game becomes simpler to play. Because if you have extra word or smaller text, right, you have more space for words, and therefore you have the tendency to fucking add more words, right? Because you can to make the card seem more easier to understand of what you want the player to do with the card. But what that does is it overwhelms the player, because they're not going to have one card in their hand. They may have like 6 or 8 in their hand, and now they have to understand that one card amongst several others, and that's not good, right? But yeah, which is why in this game you won't have more than, let's see here, you won't have a lot of cards in your hand in a way. A lot of your cards, they will be very simple, but they won't all be like cluttering, you know? Which is why I said earlier that this card game is going to have a minimum to maximum of 6 to 12 cards based on the avatar you choose in the game. Because I don't want people getting confused, you know? I want this game to be as simple as possible, you know? Because that's how games are fun, you know? But anyway, that's my rant on the game. But yeah, anyway, let's see here. That is my rant on that. See here, I'm gonna go ahead and finish up this high poly, and yeah. Anyway, as my play in a couple minutes, right when that happens, we'll take a little break. All right. That's what happens whenever I stream. You know, I stream my this working on this game. You know, I end up talking like a motherfucker, and that leads to a bunch of procrastination. But yeah, let's see here though. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that I can get these flowers all over the card. In specific areas, of course. So I'm going to go ahead and do this, right? I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and do this. All right. On. And I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing for this over here as well. All right, our ads playing. They are. All right. All right. Sean, let me do this first. All right. Go ahead and do this real quickly. I'm gonna call this here, we'll call this here, I'll call it the full thing. Vanessa Herald Flower V1 as in version 1. Go ahead and, I want to take the name, copy that, then put it over here. And call that 2. We'll call this here the Vanessa Herald Flower Petal. All right. We'll call these here. Oh shit! Hold on. I need to make sure these are one of a kind. See here. Do that. All right. I'm going to go ahead and do this. Apply. Delete all that. All right. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm not too worried about the how many polygons each of these point thingies here have, because like we call it at the end of the day when it comes to these these flower centerpieces, right? I know in Maya we can like just smoothen these things out and make them a lot more a lot more smooth without adding like so many polygons, you know, so we can still get the same detail, you know. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this. I'm gonna go ahead to Dynamesh. I'm gonna put this up to just that, or not. Will this thing increase in polygons if I go ahead and do this? Let's go ahead and go for 720. Okay, no, we're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it as such. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and go. Let's go down. All right, go like so. And actually, let me do this actually. Just because it would make a little bit more sense. Yeah, we'll go with this. All right, so gonna go ahead and make a copy of this real fast. Duplicates, put it all the way over here now. I want to put this down right here, middle of this flower. All right, and now I want to go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and pull this down here. I want to go ahead and merge from the mesh on the bottom. All right, cool. Gonna go ahead and do that real fast. All right, cool. And now what I'm gonna do, because I may as well. Oh fuck! Let me do this actually. I want to do this actually. I want to go ahead and make this here a polygroup. All right. Polygroup that. Oh wait, no, fuck. Let me do this actually. I want to go ahead and see here. Let's go to mask all of this here. All right. And now I'm gonna go ahead and make this thing a color. Make this thing a dark green, just because it makes sense. All right. Then I'll do the same thing over to this one over here. All right, put this thing down here. All right. I want to do the same thing over here, basically. All right. Make this thing all green as well. That way, it will be able to be selected during ID mapping in Substance. But yeah, so now I'm gonna go ahead and do a save, merge down. All right. Now I want to do this first, actually. I will have one flower be over here, the other one will be over here as well. It will make this as a palette, if you will. A sort of palette style thing, in a way. In fact, let me do this actually for the this leaf as well. All right. I want a palette style thing. A palette. Oh, fuck is saying. I basically want a fucking palette. All right, a palette version of all this. Anyway, so let me see here. I'm gonna go ahead and go down to here, duplicate that. Geometry. Go here. I would like to delete all of these, please. These leaves. All right. I should have done this before, but it's okay now. See here. Delete all of those. Go back up here. Hide this. Go here. I can now simply delete this one now. And now we have one leaf over here to play with, right? And we have the other bunch of leaves over here that we still have. All right. I'm going to go ahead and call this leaf over here. God damn it. We're going to call this here the Vanessa Harold Harold leaf. Over here, we'll call this here the Vanessa Harold Harold leaf bunch. All right. Now we have to make two more things. We have to make the stem and then the rope. That's it. All right, which will be pretty easy, and it could be so hard. I mean, I want to have the rope sort of be like freelance, you know, as in like it's not gonna be like bunched up, you know, onto the leaf or the leaf, the fucking stems, you know. But yeah, so let's go for the let's just go for the stem first. All right, that's gonna be the easiest one to do, kind of. They're both easy, but the stem is a lot easier in my opinion. Whatever. So I'm gonna go down here and go for let's go for a cylinder. All right, and what I'm gonna do is all I need is just a long cylinder. That is it. Just a long cylinder. A long cylinder. It's like I'm drawing in 3D, in a way. Sort of, not really. So now I'm going to go ahead and highlight all of shit. Ugh. Ugh. Interesting. All right. Highlight all of this. Pull that down. Actually, you know what? I'll do like this. Just because we're having this thing be a bit slanted in a way, I'll go ahead and go like so. All right. Then I will make a section here. Let's go for the flat color. I'm going to go ahead and do a extrude over here. All right. I want to go ahead and put a shadow on these here groups. All right. Take the gizmo, plant it right down there, and continue along the line. If you notice, right, we have these lines right here on this image plane, right? So this one right here. 3 individual areas for the actually, let me do this actually. Let me show you all. We have this. We have 3 individual areas for this here stem to go. So what I want to do is I want to be able to remove this first, shadow. I want to be able to have the stem follow the curvature or the flow of the image plane. Because again, I'm going to be baking the flowers onto this here. It's going to be baked onto this plane. Therefore, I had better have the flowers match the area, right? Better have it match. And then, once I have this one be matching, all I'll have to do is have a mask. Well, what I'll do is I will have a mask on each section here, each divide, right? Each divide, of course. And then it'll be a case where I won't be able to move the stem or whatever from the creases, basically. And I'll do it right now, actually, just to show you all. But first, I want to copy this thing and have it as a reference. All right. We'll go ahead and name it, though. We'll call this here the Vanessa Harold stem. All right. I'm going to go ahead and copy this thing, put it over here into our palette. All right. And then, actually, I want to do this, actually. That way we have the full thing ready for us to go, to add more stems to this plane, then bake it all together. Bake it all together. And yeah, so this is what I'm going to do. I want to make sure this entire thing is all one group, all right? All one group. And then I want to go ahead and add a crease. Where's a bevel, really? A bevel right... Hold on. I want this to have a single row. Right here. Right here. And... Hold on. Do you know one right here? It wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt. Let me actually pull this down, though. Pull it down and add one there as well. Slide. Electric slide down here. And then let's go ahead and do another bevel right there. And because these are all the same like group, right? Let me do it on here actually. Polygroup, right? Want to mask it? Polygroup all. Right there as well. Extra measures. I want to group by mask. Whoops. What the hell is happening over here? Let me I'll just do a polygroup loop. I like making sure things work. So even though these might look the same, I'm doing it anyway. Because why not? It's safe, and I don't want to fucking deal with any bullshit, basically, you know? Any potential bullshit. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and go to polygroup all. Select all of those. Alright. So now, if I have all those as such, now, I won't be able to move those areas, right? Now, let me go ahead and add some... This is going to be dull on its own. So let me go ahead and add a... Let me remove this, actually. Remove this stem right here, because we have one that's already properly made. Alright. Now we have this one right here. I'm gonna go ahead and add in some edge loops to the sides, alright? In random order. In random mass order, okay? Because that's how stems are. You know, they're always random. Some are small, some are bigger in other some are like bigger in other areas, right? Some of them are jagged, some of them are bent, some of them have creases on them, right? Some of them have damage, you know. Some are wilted. It's whatever the hell you want, you know? It's whatever the hell you want. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this. I'm gonna go ahead and add in some creases at random, because you know, I want to do actually a single loop so I can just vary them up, you know? Go like so, go like so. I think 3 each would be fine. 3 each would be absolutely fine. Right there, right there, right there. We'll leave the top one to be straight. That's where the rope is gonna go. Tie it all together, basically. Simulatingly tie it all together. And down here we'll have just 2. Just 2 will be fine. Again, art is like a big ass experiment, you know? You don't have to do the same thing every single time. But anyway, so now if I lay the viewports on its side, I can actually I want to use a stick hook tool. That might be a little bit easier to do. I can now move this to the side, right? However I feel, right? However I am feeling that day, I guess. And I don't have to worry about accidentally moving and having this thing change trajectory, whatever, from the ends, right? And if I really want to, I can now just go down here and just do that, or go up to a dynamic, right? Apply a subdivide, right? And that creates that. It may look weird here, but remember, we're gonna be baking the details from the high poly onto the low poly plane. Therefore, if it looks very, I want to say, straight in some areas, right, or very strict in a way, that is the point. Because if it looks bendy or bent in some areas, then on the actual model, or on the actual stem, right, or when we go to bake it, right, it'll appear very strange on the bake. Some portions of the stem are going to be a little bit bigger than others, right? And when you think of a flower, right, a flower, usually the end is usually a lot thinner than the base, right? It goes in a very we call it a very fluent, flow of going from max thickness to minimized thickness, right? To the end, right? That's where you get the stem, right? So if we're thinking about it like that, right? We want to have that flow be as close to the thing that it's going to be baking on as possible. Therefore, keep it restricted to the flow of the plane, right? So that is why I am doing this. Now, is this what everyone does in the industry? Possibly not. But you know what? It's my method. It works. I don't care. Right? That's the idea. If it works, why the hell do I give a shit? Again, like I said before, your best method is the method that you find. All right? The best method is the method that you master, right? And if it works, right? That's important. But if it's a method that you yourself can that you have mastered, then that is priceless. And the best part is too, let's just say, oops, I accidentally removed the other stem, right? Now we have this bendy straw stem, right? No problem. Watch this. If I copy it, I'm just gonna put it over here so we can actually see the difference. All right. Put over here. If I go ahead and delete these loops, right, it will snap back into place. Watch this. The way I do things in modeling, I like to make things very detractable, if you will. To the point where if I have to go back, I could, I very much could. In the worst cases, right? And back to normal. Oh, whoops, there. Back to normal. I mask the segments beside it, and we keep going. Make a new stem. All right. Now that that's all good to go, I'm actually gonna have this bent stem here also be part of the palette that I use, because it already has the loops on it basically, and that can save a good 5 seconds, but it's just mild convenience. I don't know. I like it when things are convenience in a way, But anyway, so now what we have to do is we have to make what we're going to simulate as the rope. And then we done. Alright, let me texture on. I don't give a fuck. Okay, let me see here. see here. Okay, what is it? Oh shit, we're doing the wrong one. Never mind. There we go. It's accidentally putting the I was accidentally putting on the texture to the wrong thing. Anyway, so now, and by the way, for those wondering why I'm actually making the high poly, I want the ambient occlusion. I want the normal maps. I want the curvature. I want to be able to add all of that impressive as detail on the model itself, because again, this is going to be a fucking flat image. If I can make it not a flat image, or make it appear as not a flat image in game, that's pretty good, right? You know? Nothing gets more unimmersive than realizing that you are in a paper-thin world. Right? That is not so good. See here. Especially if you want to have players be, you know, have immersion in your game, right? In any game you make. If they fall in love with the graphics, no matter what the graphics look like, right? Because graphics don't have to be super crazy realistic, right? To make people fall in love with those graphics, right? A stylized version can go a long way as well. Oh yeah, let me actually do this first. I want to actually I want to make these stems I want to make these stems a different, well, the same color. So I'm going to go off to Shikara. So when we go off to bake the ID maps, I can have them just be something specific that I can just color pick and texture them like so, you know? Because that is easier to do. Gonna go ahead and do this. Fill layer. Go over here. Delete any. Get rid of any masks. Do the same thing here. It ain't gonna appear pink in the end. I'm just doing pink because that's like the most off color right now. Basically, if I have, let me actually go off to my example here. All right. Never mind the blueness. All right. So if I have like, let's say I have my color picker for here, right? I can pick from, I can pick from the, fuck it, on. I can pick from, see here, the pinkish color, the green, the blue, and the magenta, whatever the hell it is, right? The reason why I have this thing magenta is that it kind of blends in with the other pinkish color, right? It creates this nice little hue that I can, use with the hardness and tolerance of the color select tool to make it seem more seamless, that it's being added as some other detail, right? Like these shrooms, right? Like, oh, let me get out of this here. There we go. Like these shrooms, right? I could honestly add in a blur map, right, to this, but adding it like this, right, the ID maps or the color in ZBrush, that gives me more to work with, For my method, just to go over my method, right, my modeling method is to create as much freedom as possible. As much freedom as I need, If I want to do something with that detail, if I want to make some sort of detail that function, well, that has that function help out because it exists, awesome, right? But yeah. So, but because we're going to have very distinct colors for, well, everything here, right? It makes more sense to have each mesh be a different color separate from the others. Except for on here, on the flowers, right? If I wanted to, I could easily just put on a blur map to the thing that's going to be targeted to be orange. But, if this is like going halfway on my method, you know? I may want something to smooth out, to blur, to make sure that there is a flush feel to it, you know? To those flower petals, right? But I may not want that in the end. But if I have that choice either way, I can go either way, right? And it only took me like a good like 3 or 4 brush strokes to make that simple, you know, either or future decision basically. But yeah, not to mention too, if I wanted to, I could make this a different flower using the system I have in place. So it's like, you know, it's whatever. Anyway, let's go ahead and make the rope now. I'm gonna go ahead and make the color of that rope. Let's go for a brown color. It's the other color. It's like one of the colors that's not like a part of the. They can't be mistaken for the other colors, basically. You know, that's what I'm getting at. That is what I'm getting at. And if we don't want to see all these disgusting ass colors, we can always go down here to paint and turn off colorize. But yeah. Go over here. Or not, whatever. Anyway, let's go ahead and do this. I want to go ahead and go over... Where is it? I want to go over here. To this thing over here. So how we're going to make the let's see here. How we are going to be making the the rope is quite simple, really. It's a simple spell, but quite effective. We're going to be removing the tops of here, right? Whoops. Not like that, please. Oh, and did I accidentally turn something on? Can I put this in the middle? Why is it being so... Why is it being like that? Let me see here. Oh, I think I there we go. If you hold Alt and you... Oh shit, actually let me do this actually. If you hold Alt and you click on a polygon, whatever you do to that polygon does that to all other polygons too. So if I go ahead and do this, I'm gonna go ahead and delete that. It deletes everything. Just fine. I would want that anyway. It's fine. Alright, so now I'm gonna go ahead and pull this over here. Pull that over here. Alright. And... Alright, okay, let me pull this into the middle, right around there. Alright, and then I'm going to go ahead and move this over here, pull this in. Alright, and now I want to make the supposed, basically the tying look to this here, to the rope here. So I want to do it like this. Alright, so I think it will be a little bit easier for that color. Alright, go like so. Now the idea is I need this to be able to be put on top in a way, you know? Put on top and yeah. So I am going to do this. I'm going to go ahead and go like so, because again, we're going to be making a backwards version of this as well. Not a backwards version, a back version of this as well, which will cost a grand total of maybe like 8 more polygons for the fucking leaf. Or for the fucking flowers, right? Which I personally don't really care about, you know? 8 polygons ain't gonna do much for the optimizing of the game, you know? Especially if this is like gonna be like especially if this could be the one flower bouquet in the damn shop, so it's like whatever, you know. Just a neat little extra detail. But yeah, so now we have it like so. I'm gonna go ahead and do this though, just so we can cover all bases. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and do a extrude. All right, I'm gonna go for a quad mesh. I'm gonna go ahead and do. I want to do this. Go ahead and do that. I see. Let me actually let me do this actually. I want to go ahead and do a flip face. Do it on all of these. Then I want to do the Q mesh. That way we don't lose the outer details, all right? We don't lose none of that bullshit, all right? All right. And then, what I will do then, because we are bleeding through, which I don't want that, I am going to basically collapse all of these edges, basically. All of the edges. What this will do is it will give us the... Oh, I don't think ads are going to play. If ads play, we'll take a little break. What that will do for us is... It allows the... Let me see here. It allows... Here, let me actually just do this, right? Let's go and do, where's bridge? He had bridge somewhere. There it is. What that does... let's go for actually stitch, whatever. Endpoint. What this will do is it won't directly modify the end product of the rope. What it will do, though, is it will create something that will basically show a visual on both sides of the rope, but it won't change the rope. What's the rope I'm looking for? The density of the rope. You know, it won't mess up what we did. That's what I'm trying to say. But yeah, so let's go ahead and do that. Pull the, pull it right there. Pull this right here. Pull this right here. This will go right here. This goes right here. This right here. All right. So now. Let's go ahead. Oh, let me get rid of all creases just in case anything was made. Uncrease all. Go up here. All right. Sweet, sweet. Go ahead and do flat color. Same thing up here. Same thing. Whoops. Up here. Whoops. On. My hand's getting tired of this shit. On. See here. I see the issue. Go right there. This here goes. Hand. See here. We'll go from starting point then. Go right here. Let me see here. Am I fucking this thing up? Let me see here. I might be fucking this thing up. What does it look like if I go ahead and do subdivide? If it looks fucked up, then I'll change it. If not, we will keep it as is. Let's see here. And that, to me, is okay. It's A-okay. Alright. So now, actually, let me do this real quickly. Move this one back. Alright. So now, if we wanted to, this right here is fine, honestly. Like, if we need to, like, modify the rope right here to any degree, that is fine, as long as we modify it to fit the length and the curvature of the stems. It'll be absolutely fine, you know, because it's rope. Rope does have the ability to, you know, weaken in size, or increase in size based on the end of the rope, you know? But anyway, so what I'm also going to do, just because I can, I want to do some, I'm going to save it first. Save it. Can we do, oh shit, let's do inflate. It's whatever. It's fine. Alright, so, but first, what I kind of want to do first at least, bring that in like so. Then let's go ahead and do a bevel. I want to do 2 rings. Get rid of that then. 2 rings on both sides. 2 small rings, mind you. Go off again. Alright. And that will... Actually, let me do this actually. I'll be able to see it a lot better if I do a crease instead. Alright, cool. If I do a crease, I'll be able to modify it a lot easier. And see the results a lot easier, I mean. Do that. Go like this. Crease the soys. Looks great, but I know it can do better. I want to do it like this. Go to crease. Go like so. Let's say we have multiple of that. Alright. Alright. Sweet, sweet, sweet. And just because it would be simple as holy hell, let me go ahead and do a pinch, alright? A big pinch, alright? Along the line here. Gives us our look and feel of the rope. Alright. The look and feel. Pull this in a little bit more. Alright. This is the front side as well, right? This is where people are going to be looking at this, so it's absolutely fine if this looks weird on one side versus the other. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to go ahead and mask the front side, though, because still need to have the other side be somewhat into the back. You know, like buddied up, basically. Go like so. I'll go ahead and smooth that. Whoops. Light smooth. Smooth that out right there. Go like so. Go like so. Go like so. Right there. And... Or let me pull that back a little bit. And I think we are just about done with that. Alright. Now, if I want to, I probably won't. But let me see here. We do have this, which I would love to add, but if it's not looking great, then I won't add it at all. Alright. We'll go ahead and do the subdivide. Now, because this is going to be a, let me do this actually. Because this is going to be a, relatively... Actually, you know what I can do? Let me just actually put this up to, let's go 1 million polygons, see what happens. Yeah, I'll be fine. I want to go ahead and add in a damn standard brush. Go along like so. Go along like so. Bam, bam, bam. Doesn't gotta be pretty. Just has to get the point across. All right. Bam, bam. Let's see here. All right. That could work too for that. Let's see here. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, that'll be fine. It'd be a lot easier to do it like this anyway. So that is what I will do. All right. So now that we have that in order, I'm gonna keep that right there as well. But I am also going to be copying this. All right. I want to call this thing we're gonna call this thing rope. We might use this for the other call this thing flower rope. All right. We might use this as well for the other call it pieces of vegetation or herbs and flowers or whatever the fuck we have, right? So I'm just calling it that, not orienting it towards this plant specifically, because you know it'd be really optimal if we used one thing for other things, you know? Because that is what this is all about. But yeah, go ahead and see here. Simple as that. All right. So, with that said, we have everything we need to make this flower. All right, this bouquet. Flat as hell, but you know, relatively design worthy. And yeah, I'm going to save it. You know? Oh, God. Be back. Alright. Alright, so now it is about time to end the stream. Alright? I want to thank everyone for coming by. Thank everyone who follows in the future. Thank everyone who has been growing a part of this community, you know? Like, it's fun doing this. But yeah, and going on here and ranting, you know? Ranting and, you know, doing all my stuff right. But anyway, I will see you all tomorrow at 3:30 again, all right? And yeah, I'll see you all there.